And we're live. Welcome, everyone. It's been a long time. It's been a really long time, far too long for this. And I'm back. I'm back with a bang. And today I have a special guest. I always say special guest, but today's guest is actually special. He's a friend of mine for several years now. We've been talking online. He's been doing his activism a little bit quietly. So now, for the first time, he's going to be coming on video to talk about some of the things he's experienced, his personal journey, and all of that. So it is my great honor to introduce you to Tariq Al-Had. So Tariq, how's it going?
Hey Abdullah, I'm glad we're finally doing this. We've been planning for this for a long time.
Absolutely. So before we get started, maybe you could just tell us a little bit about your background, just like a short summary.
So I was born and raised in Karachi, Pakistan. I have been in the U.S. for most of my life now. Came in the late '90s and currently living in Seattle.
Sounds good. So you were actually born in Pakistan, immigrated to the US?
Yes, I was born in Pakistan. I've been to the Middle East, as a child. My parents worked there, so I've been traveling in college years, and then finally, U.S. is the home.
So what happened between your life in Pakistan? Something happened. Something changed your perspective.
So I'll give you I guess, a longer version for an introduction. So I grew up. Uh, my the earliest childhood memories are from the '80s, early '80s. Both sides of my so both sides of my parents' family, they were not religious. So in the '80s, early '80s, I should say, nobody really, at least in my family, nobody really wore religion on their sleeves, and they were pretty much nonchalant about what Islam says or how to do and how to behave and all of those. I was very close to my grandfather. He was a businessman, and one of his closest friends was a Hindu, in Karachi. So, I'm just telling this because it was a very different time. I never saw my parents. I mean, my father, my grandfather. I mostly grew up with my grandparents, and never saw them go to mosque except for Juma. Juma was because it was Friday was the weekend for most of Pakistan. So that's the only time I had seen them go to pray. It was so religion was not shoved down my throat as a child. I knew that I was a Muslim because everybody around me was pretty much a Muslim. So that was basically how much I knew about Islam. Yes, I knew that I was a Muslim, but beyond that, all of the things that I learned about, you know, what the Prophet said about certain things were through the hearsay stories about, there was a, like the famous, there was an old lady who was throwing trash, and she didn't throw the trash one day, and he went to, so those kinds of like really um, nice, versions of Islam and the Prophet was what I grew up as part of. Um, and then so like in college days, I didn't really care much about religion. I was not religious at all. I knew I was a Muslim, and if somebody had asked me, what your religion is, which was very rare, I would say I'm a Muslim. Not necessarily like I'm a proud Muslim and this and that, or preach about Islam, but like, yeah, I'm a Muslim. Um, After that, so what happened is, I when I came to the U.S., I was here during 9/11, right? So I around that time I was working in Austin, Texas. So my name, my first real name is Tariq. Uh, a lot of people assume that I'm a Muslim, obviously, right? A lot of my colleagues assume that I, a diverse, friends, not necessarily just Muslims, but non-Muslims and from different parts of this world. So they usually would come to me after 9/11 asking me for like, hey, you're a Muslim, right? So is this true? Is that true? And I would be like so clueless, right? I'm like, I have no idea. So like I was, and then at that time, this was like 2002, 2003, around that time, I was like, I better learn a few things about
Hmm.
what the, because there were all these questions were thrown at me, and I felt really bad, that I should, like, it's kind of like you're expected to know something,
Yeah.
right? Right, you're an engineer and you're expected to know a few things about engineering, and then you don't know anything. You're like, oh wait, I need to do some studying.
Yeah.
So I that's basically, so I was like, even though I was like Sunni, grew up in Sunni family, as I mentioned, it was not really uh religious, Sunni family. It was, just, yeah, we're Sunni, we
Culturally
become
Muslim.
religious in Ramadan.
Also, like, it was interesting that you didn't just make up an answer, because a lot of Muslims, or even like anyone, would just make up an answer because, yeah, 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 no, 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 Islam is peace. It doesn't have nothing to do with that. You actually said, I don't know, which is
Yeah,
interesting.
yeah. Yeah, because I honestly like had like some of the questions, like, does it say, like, I remember somebody asking me, does it say about kafir, that you're supposed to kill kafir? And I knew growing up in Pakistan that there's something, kafirs are going to go to hell and burn in hell and all of that. I didn't know anything about, like, does it, like killing kafirs, you know what I mean? So I was like, I was wanted to say no, it doesn't, right? But then I always want to give reference, right? Whenever I'm like saying something about some subject, I want to be like, hey, look, it doesn't say that, right? So, but I hadn't done my homework, so I was like, I don't think so, but I don't know, I have no idea. I'll get. So usually my answer would be like, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah.
And so eventually, so around 2003 or so, I started like dabbling into like what Islam says about different things. At that time, I had a stable job. My mom was pushing me to get married and all of that. So I also like, okay, let me just see what the Quran says about um, who to marry, what to, like, just to see what it says, and also trying to understand. So I looked up, verses related to marriage, and I found, I don't remember which verse it must be, Surah Nisa. It talks about, it lists a few, like, people who Muslim men are allowed to marry,
Yeah.
and it mentions Mamalakat Imanakum, the Arabic word which translated to um, what your right hand possesses, right? And I was I was like, what does this mean, right? And this was my journey into becoming a Quranist. So I basically, whenever I like was trying to read the Quran, I had read the Quran in Arabic because pretty much everybody reads the Quran in Pakistan. As a child, you learn to read Arabic pronunciation and all that. So I'd done that, but I wanted to understand what it really means, because Arabic was not my language that I understood. So I'm trying to, I looked up what your right hand possesses, right, the English, and then just Google for that. One of the first sites that came was this site that I'm pretty sure a lot of Quranists, who are my age
Let me
might be
guess.
familiar with.
Can
What
I
is it?
guess?
What is it?
Can I guess?
Sure, sure, sure.
Is it submission?
No, so that was one of the sites, but no, the one that I really got caught my attention was called, and I just looked it up because it was active few months ago, at least, or a year ago. It's called the Free Minds with a THE, thefreeminds.org. And so there was an article about, like, they had different articles about different problematic verses of the Quran, right? um, and so they wrote this long article explaining away what what the right hand possesses means. Basically, uh, I don't remember what the exact, explanation was, but I'm pretty sure that they just basically wash it off as it doesn't mean slaves, because um, most of their Quranic, interpretation was, around, this is not what it means. This is what the everybody's got it wrong. All the scholars got it wrong, but we got it right. And they had like a formula of, like, getting the word and then translating it literally and then matching it with other words, saying, hey, this word means this here, it cannot mean this in this context. I was not an Arabic expert, so I basically, like, oh well, it made sense. uh,
This is the website?
it is the free mind. Let me see
Free
if I can
Minds,
find it.
yeah. This one
The
has,
free
it looks like
mind.
Quran only Muslims, eh?
Yeah, Quran on it. They were Quran. So for some reason that site doesn't open up for me. I don't know if
They
they're.
changed it to free-minds.org, or maybe that was the
Oh,
URL.
sorry. Yes, oh, yes, you're right.
Without the,
It was
yeah.
there was a dash in there. Yes,
Yeah, yeah.
yes. So anyway, so I found that, and I somehow, I mean, because didn't know much about Islam or the Quran, I bought their, explanation of that verse, right? And then I was like, okay, who are these people, So I just looked at, basically went to their website and started, like, looking at different articles and, other articles, so I found out that they were mostly talking about why hadiths are bad in a way, right? They're not to be trusted, and they had all of the different things, to say about all the different hadiths. And so I was like, so I was reading some of those articles about, their case against hadiths, right? And I was shocked because they were saying, it says this in the hadiths which is not in Quran. And I was like, wait, does it really say that in the hadith, right? So this is mid 2000s, right? I mean, we don't have the sunnah.com at that time, the encyclopedia of, hadith books. There was no such, um, the resource available to me at that time to. So I searched for, the hadith books, the Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, and I specifically wanted to search, the Urdu versions of that, right? Because I wanted to see, I wanted to compare with English, and because I spoke natively Urdu, right? So, like, I'm gonna try to, compare that. And I found a website, from, Sunni.com or some Sunni website, uh, which had the PDF versions, like, really large. At that time, internet speeds were not. I didn't have gigabit. It took me a while to download those ginormous volumes of, hadith books. And I downloaded and I just randomly opened, Sahih Bukhari to, like, some page, and I was literally blown away, by what I was finding in those, Sahih Bukhari, and Sahih Muslim. It was not like some other book. Like, this book was, supposed to be, like, the second after Quran, right? I was finding all these problematic stuff with, how to do things, like, very, tiny little details about how to sit, how to stand, how to drink water, how to urinate, how to, uh, take shower,
Mhm.
and all of those things. And it made no sense to me. And then basically that solidified my belief that, these books are not to be trusted, hadith books. And then that's when, I realized, I mean, I really didn't realize, but I was like, okay, I can simply discard these hadith books, as not true. And what I did was, when I found this out, like, in mid 2000s, I thought, wow, this is earth shattering. That, nobody probably has read these books. So whoever, I'll show this to, they'll be like, wow. this is what it says. We're not gonna, we don't, we don't really care about hadith books anyway. Like everybody would be like me
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
join me, right?
So can I pause there for a second?
Sure, sure.
So when you so here's what I'm wondering. So when you got access to these hadith books, you were seeing all of these crazy things. And what I'm wondering is, how did you interpret Islam without the hadith books? Because without the hadith, I mean, you have the sira, but the sira is the same. It's the same pile of crap, just like the hadith. I mean, in the sense of like the stories are just as bad. It's just not like incident by incident. It's just like a continual tale, right? So without all that, if you're left with just the Quran at that time, how are you understanding that people are following Islam? Did you think everyone's following Islam wrong?
I basically, as I mentioned, I was not very religious, so I didn't really care much about,
Um,
all that I did. So this is what I, personally, okay, I knew that there were all different types of Muslims who would be on, there's a scale where like I'm super religious, I'm gonna go pray 5 times a day, blah blah blah, and just talk about Islam left and right. I was not like that at all. So I was like, okay, so the way I was when I became a Quranist, I was like, I'm going to look into Quran and see what I need to avoid, basically, and obviously, and so I, even in the college days, I drank alcohol. I didn't find any problem with that, with college friends and all that. So I actually found it really um, favorable in a way, and that Quran doesn't strictly forbids alcohol. There are verses, that one verse I remember, and also the Free Minds website also justifies that, saying, "Hey, alcohol is not haram because it says there are good things, there are bad things," and then they also give explanation about hey, whenever something is forbidden, Quran is pretty specific about it. Like for example, eating pig's meat is strictly forbidden. Same with like blood and other things, right? Which is not the same language that it talks about when it talks about alcohol. So I was like, this is great, this is perfect, because it works for me, in a way. I was like trying to justify, like, hey, can I be a Muslim and
yeah.
also, so
So
I was not really worried about like, hey, how do I interpret that? I was basically,
yeah,
personally for me, I was looking at like, what do I avoid?
right. And I want to kind of focus on that a little bit more. So why did you want to justify being a Muslim? Because I think this is important, because it kind of comes back to why people follow religions in the first place. Because you didn't choose to be Muslim out of free will, so to say. You were raised as a Muslim. You were indoctrinated. I mean, if I could use a little bit of a strong word, you were indoctrinated, or you were looking at social markers as Yasukari would say, groupthink, right? This is groupthink. This is like but also it's not just social conventions. It's more than that. You believe this was from God, right? You were taught this is the truth from God, and this is something that we need to. Is that what it was? Like, why were you even going through this process? Because I think this will be like a really enlightening answer for people to really ponder on. Why would
So
anyone go through all the gymnastics to try to justify something that doesn't make sense?
So I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because as I mentioned, that a lot of people are coming to me and asking me these questions, right? That was one reason, right? I need to like find some of the answers myself to be able to explain, to justify me being, a Muslim. And second was, eventually I was, I knew that eventually I was going to get married and have children. And like, these same questions will be asked by my own children saying, hey, daddy, we're Muslims. So what is Islam, right? And I'd be like completely blank. So I need to first learn it myself to be able to tell them, hey, this is what, you know, Islam is. I was always pluralistic when it comes to religion. So even from like the college days, I knew that when I do have children, I would never force, one religion on them. I would tell them about all the different religions and then say, hey, this is what Islam says, and whatnot. and also likely not tell them until they're in their teens and whatnot about any religion. So that was like from very early, but I wanted to learn it myself just so that I can, you know, not only talk about it with people who actually ask me, not like preach to people, but mostly, answer, hey, does it say this? And then I could say, hey, yeah, all of this stuff is from Hadith, Hadiths are not really reliable. So, and that's how I would basically justify myself as being a Muslim, because it kind of like, um, it felt almost like, okay, I have to defend it because, hey, I'm calling myself a Muslim, right? I have to defend my position in a way, right? And that was my motivation. I would probably have never become an ex-Muslim, if I hadn't started, reading about Islam and Quran and Hadith. I'd probably be just the same non-practicing Muslim, calling myself a Muslim.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. So you wanted to justify it and be able to explain it, and also for your kids to know, right?
Right.
Yeah. So another question D was asking in the chat was, what did you think of 9/11 at the
Oh,
time?
so 9/11 was a very shocking. I was living in Virginia at that time. I'll tell you a very personal, story. I was so I lived in New York just a few months earlier. Drove, to my office, which was in Queens. Very, like I always saw the Twin Towers while I was driving. And so I was going to work 9 in the morning, around 8:39 in the morning, and I got a call from my office in Virginia saying that there's the office is gonna be likely be closed or something, because there's a plane that hit, in New York, and there's some chaos going. So I didn't really follow news at that time that much. So as I went into the office, everybody was glued. Like this was unusual. Everybody was glued to the TV screens in the office, and like everybody was sitting, nobody was working, everybody was watching the news because the second plane and had hit. And so they were like saying there's another one that is coming, because I was living close to Washington DC area, and there's another plane that is coming to the Washington DC, and who knows what, how many planes there may be and all that. So it was really shocking, especially that time was one of the most difficult times for me, because people often judge, right? So they assume, even now, when I, with my name, Muslim name, people would assume that I'm a Muslim. People would, have certain labels, attached to, who you are, even though you're probably not that. So that's basically what happened. A lot of I personally didn't face any backlash. In fact, I'll tell you a really interesting story. I my parents were flying from the Middle East. I don't want to mention the country, to the U.S. to visit me, and their baggage got lost. So the airline just lost the baggage. So they gave my address. So they were going to visit one of their friends in Houston. I was in Virginia, and so they gave my address, saying, if this is the address, the address in the U.S. So the airports were closed, right? Because right after 9/11, I had a call from the airline to go pick up the they found the luggage. So on 13th September, I was scheduled to go pick up and the airports were closed. And I was like, literally, like, they're gonna like look at me like I'm a Muslim, and I'm here to pick these, these baggages who don't, the baggage that don't belong to me. I was like, I was freaking out, And so one of my, colleagues, she was like, like, I'm gonna go with you, Tariq. Don't worry, we're gonna go together. Anyway, nothing happened. Not, they basically like there was it was militarized. The airports were militarized. It was Dulles Airport, right, in where one of the planes I think took off, and I basically the guy in military uniform asked me a lot of questions, like where do I work, who do I live with, when did I come to the US, what's my status, all of those things. And then like obviously like who this what are you doing here, what's your business. And because airports were closed, right, the no flights were going out still. I think it was 2 days after 9/11. Anyway, I got the luggage and everything was fine, but so I didn't. So the only thing that I faced personally after 9/11 was just this incident where I was like interviewed by a military uniformed person about what I'm doing in the U.S. basically.
Yeah, that's tough. And I think this story kind of highlights an important principle to me about activism, which is, and something we always need to remember, which is, I always, this is going to sound funny, but we're all Muslims.
I
We
know.
fall under the bigger umbrella, which is what in the world, in my ideal world, I would love to be in a world that I could be considered Muslim. Muslim. The the fact that people are culturally Muslim but not religiously Muslim, that doesn't quite exist in the world, in the Muslim world today. You're not allowed to be an agnostic Muslim. You're not allowed to be an atheist Muslim. In the ideal world, though, that shouldn't matter. Your beliefs about dogma, the dogma in your head shouldn't matter. Call yourself whatever you want, right? You're part of the community. But because we don't have that world, we have now, and personally, the other approach, of course, is just go the other approach. Say, I'm not Muslim at all. I'm ex-Muslim, right? Which is the approach that we're taking in order to gain a bit of, shine some light on the fact that you can leave Islam, right? So that's an important thing as well. Not everyone has to be Muslim, but for people that want to remain Muslim, I hope that that would happen one day without them having to explicitly be like, I don't believe in that crap, right? I'm just like whatever, right? So, and the discrimination can still happen against people that look like us but don't really believe in all that other crap, right? That's
Right.
the challenge, right?
Yeah, and let me also elaborate on how what I thought about 9/11 at that time. It was very confusing because I at that time, as I mentioned, I was born a Muslim, didn't know much about Islam, and all of these things were coming at me. Like these people were Muslims who did that, and it was very confusing. It was very disorienting, if I can say that, to understand, to try to wrap my head around, like why would somebody, doesn't matter whether Muslim, whatnot, right? What good does what how does it help anything, right? Because I couldn't figure that out, and that's exactly when, after that incident, I started getting more like questions, thrown at me, because hey, again, I had this baggage with me of being a Muslim, so I'm supposed to know why these other people who are supposed to be my following the same religion as I was, did why did they do that, right? So yeah, I mean, it's just it was confusing for a lot of I'm pretty sure a lot of people like me who were non-practicing, didn't know much about Islam. It was very confusing. Now, what it did, I've seeing this, how America changed after 9/11. I saw, this is where I think this was the turning point where some people, some Muslims became more religious, trying to justify, Islam and say, yeah, it doesn't say this and all of this. I think I'm sure that Quranists and all of these people existed before, but the all of these different, um, moderate Islam, came to surface, so to speak, where, you're like Muslimish, you're like culturally Muslim and whatnot, but like, hey, Islam is, oh, great. It's just another religion, people who still call themselves Muslim. So yeah, I went through that. So that was basically the way I was able to um, call myself a Muslim still, was that, this is not what Islam is, because Islam is Quran. Quran doesn't say, I mean, yes, it did say kill, right? It did say, which, okay, so this is, I'll tell you something interesting, is that when I learned about hadiths, my entire focus, and this is, I would have become an atheist long ago, because I dabbled into atheism way back in college days, question of God, like whether God exists or not. And, um, so I, when I was, reading up about Hadith, so my focus became Hadith, like debunking Hadiths. I did not really pay much attention to what the Quran actually says, right? It was mostly focused on debating with my relatives and friends who were Muslim, saying, "Look, why do you believe in this, hadith? Why do you believe?" Like, and pretty much none of those people, I mean, everybody who I was debating with was a Muslim, would ever tell me, "Look, Quran says X, Y, and Z too," right? None of them, because everybody believed in the Quran, right? So nobody actually pointed all of those things, and I never actually. So whenever I looked into Quran, I always like searched for certain words, and found, what, the verse says, because there would be like multiple verses, one talking about X and one talking about Y, and third one talking about Z. Made little sense, but to me it was like, for some reason, it it was not as detailed as the hadiths were, which were like literally being very specific about, like, do this, and do that, so it was very like, chill kind of, you know guy, the god, of Islam, from what I experienced, because I didn't really look into all of the really problematic hadith, Quranic verses.
And that makes sense. So before we go ahead, there's definitely some other stuff I want to talk about in your story. I just want to say thank you to Clamp L. Binged all your stuff. Happy to see you live. Thank you. How do you guys cope with, this is a question probably that I'll let you answer, with unpunished crime, seeing people get away with the crime until the day they die? That's the only thing that keeps me wishing that there might be God. I know we're gonna get into the atheism thing, but you want to just, what do you think about this?
So as, like, as an atheist, I don't I see that the world is unjust. It's not like there's no, I don't see that the world, I no, don't expect the world to be just, number one. So start from that, right? um if some so this is, it may be more philosophical, right? I know that somebody who commits murder needs to be punished, right? I know that. Now, the person who died or got murdered, that person is dead. For that person, it doesn't really matter. It has happened, right? We have this fourth dimension, which is time. We cannot travel backward to fix things. If that was possible, then that would probably be the answer. But I think, I mean, yes, I mean, we wish, I think that is the reason why religion exists, is because we try to give, this kind of like an safety net to our existence, that hey, things are not right now, and when we die, hopefully things will be better, or things will be, we'll get justice, and I think that's the driving force behind I mean, most religions, as I can tell, like why we live, and how to live, so that after we die, something's gonna happen, whether we get reborn, or whether we get justice from some some deity, right? So I think that's what it is. And for me personally, I know that, as I answered, I know that there is going to be an injustice. um, I don't know what's going to happen after I die. I don't have an answer, right? So that's where I leave it as, like, I don't try to create an answer to which nobody has an answer, and I know that, right? And that's basically where I leave it. I will find out what happens to me after I die. I don't really, I'm not really worried about it, to be frank, until that happens. I'll see what happens.
Hmm. Yeah, I like that you said, if I'm not going to make up an answer, just because this is a really important point that we atheists, we're willing to acknowledge a lot of times, that just because I don't have an answer doesn't mean your answer is right. Like, a made up answer is worse than just saying I don't know. And that's a good thing about being agnostic. It's like you're willing to say that. From my perspective, I would go even further than that, and not say, and say it's not even about punishment. I would say the entire world is a system that has consequences for actions, for environments. People that murder, you would have to look into the whole history of that person, why they murdered, were they abused as a child, which broke the moral system in the brain, are they psychopathic, is a reason why this happened, was like, in some cases even murder could be justified, right? I mean, depending on what self-defense, there's a lot of nuance needed there. And looking at things in terms of punishment, to me, is a very, it's almost like a religious way of looking at the world. Everyone needs to be punished, right? And maybe it doesn't need to be punished. We use punishment as a deterrent. So from that perspective, punishment is useful to human beings, that we prevent, we basically change the odds so that, if you do this, there is some consequences, right? We're using consequences as a way of kind of blocking bad behavior, or, same thing with jail time, right? It's a deterrent. So all of that, and in a way, knowing that there's no divine justice, to me, that's makes it more important that we deal with stuff now, and that makes humanity m- ever more cognizant of the fact that we need to deal with these things, rather than leaving it for the hereafter, where someone will be like, oh, I know I got cheated, but God will deal with it, right? Oh, I know these people got cheated, God will deal with it. No, God will not deal with it. We need to deal with it, right?
This is the thing that really irritated me, also, even before I left Islam, was this concept that, leaving it to Allah, like, um, we do our best, and that best is usually not the best, because you can never, like, give up on whatever you're trying to do, and then say, okay, I've tried my best, I'm gonna leave the rest on Allah. And that really, that is the crux of the issue here, is like, uh, putting your faith, or whatever you want to call it, on an entity, whichever god you believe in. Some Santa Claus is going to come down the chimney and bring you gifts. It's a very old it's childish, literally. So I think people need to grow out of that. And if there is a god, let's say if there is a god, right, that god has to be much more intelligent than any of these gods presented by any of these religions. Seriously, he or she would understand where I'm coming from, would understand my reasons for not accepting, any one of these gods. And I'm pretty sure if there is a God, he or she cannot, or it cannot be one of these gods. So my atheism is solid on these religions. My agnosticism is on, hey, is there a God? I don't know. I mean, like on Dawkins' scale, I'd probably put myself, around the same. I think he put himself at 7. I'd probably put around the same. Probably even 8. For me, that I'm fairly certain. I mean, I'm 99.9% certain that none of these gods, including Allah, Yahweh, whatever have you, I know that they don't exist. They cannot exist logically. But that 0.1% possibility of maybe something or something created this universe, right? Yeah, it's possible. Anything is possible, right? Until you rule it out completely.
Just for people that are not familiar with the Dawkins scale is basically this 1 to 7, um, I guess, scale of picking. It balances the ideas of agnosticism and atheism in a nice way. A lot of people say that agnostic, and what they mean is they are weak atheists, right? They don't mean that the agnostic is a different dimension on and then atheism, right? Like Gnosticism versus theism, right? So you would put yourself as a almost as a 7, you said?
Yeah, I had the scale wrong, I think. I was gonna say, yeah, I'm pretty much a strong atheist. I would still put it 7,
Yeah.
because when I look at, okay, so when I look at atheist or atheism, I'm always looking at religion, like religions that exist today or existed, in the past, right? I'm never like, some have this concept of spirituality and like, deism and all of those, right? I'm not looking from that angle. I'm always looking at like the God, the typical definition of a God, a creator who's like out there, who does certain things to get the universe going. In that, with that, kind of God, I'm 100% atheist. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
So
That's a good point too. As Pavel D was saying, if there was some sort of all-powerful magical God, I'd prefer preventing crimes over justice. That's an interesting way to put it. And D was saying God doesn't help, never mended a broken bone or paid for someone's meal. So, I mean, we're atheists here, right? I know obviously we have a lot in common with other believers that also don't like Islam, but being atheist, this is what we believe. We don't believe that actually God has actually helped in any way and intervened in any way whatsoever. I personally put myself as for the longest time, ever since I left Islam, I put myself as a weak atheist for the longest time. It's been like what, 8 years now, and now I've shifted, I'd say, to a de facto atheist, which is I know for certain, but I think God is very. I cannot know for certain, but I think God is very improbable. So I'm slowly shifting along a little bit. But anyways, enough of that. I guess if we continued with the comments on this topic, we can go on further. I want to go back to your story.
by the way, I just wanted to let you know, Abdullah, I'm not seeing the comments here on the StreamYard, so you'll be the one to
Okay.
bring up any that you want to. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't
No worries.
see
Yeah.
any comments here. So
Okay. All right. So yeah. Let's continue with your story then.
all right, so I'm so like in this so like so far I'm like Quranist. I'm trying to debate other Muslims. I'm never engaging non-Muslims because there's no point in talking about Islam, because I was never like a religious person. I never wanted to preach. I didn't want to convert anybody. I wanted to I mean, sort of deconvert Muslims who are still clinging to the hadith books, trying to get them to become more of a Quranist, and then say, hey, look, you can drink, you can, you don't have to do all of these things that the Quran doesn't forbid you to do. So I had lots of like back and forth with my own father in Pakistan, with many relatives, and at this time I'm married. I've got my daughters, and the person who first made me question Quran was a Muslim, and was one of my in-laws. So he was very religious. He was from a Tablighi Jamaat, and very long beard, and I would always um, try to like get his point of view on hadiths and like how does he justify, because I couldn't wrap my head around how people are able to say hadiths are valid when these all these other hadiths in the same book, in Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, they exist, right? So I was so he one day, like it was, I think it was 2016 or so, or probably earlier than that, when I was in Pakistan, and we were just walking, and he knew that I was a Quranist. Everybody in Pakistan knew that I was a Quranist. I mean, the word Quranist didn't exist at that time, I think. It was I mean, I didn't say I'm a Quranist per se, but everybody knew that I didn't, follow hadiths. I just completely, I literally bashed hadiths, like threw them in the garbage. Right, I didn't really care much about it. And if somebody's feelings got hurt, they got hurt. I say I could always point to, like, look, this is what I'm throwing away. This is what it says. Literally had all those PDFs and stuff on my phone at that time to, like, pull it up and show it to people, if I'm talking to, like, hey, this is what it says. um so I was talking to him, and he's like, okay, so what is your main objection? Like, if you have to, you know if you have to, like, have just one objection. He knew my position on that, like, one objection, like the strongest objection to hadith. What is that? And I thought about it many times, and I just told him, because the first hadith book was written, I think it was Sahih Bukhari, was written 100 years after the Prophet's death. I think in roughly 100 years, maybe more, who knows. But
Yeah, yeah, there was quite a long gap between. Yeah, and Sahih Bukhari was one of the later ones, actually. Yeah.
yeah, and so I was like, okay, if somebody died, a century ago, what he or she said, cannot be, we cannot really, I mean, we even forget in our lifetime what somebody might have said. So my argument was this time frame. So then he goes and trying to, like, be the Muslim to convert back to the right path. He basically blurted this out, and this is what he said. He said, "But what about Quran? When do you think Quran was written?" And I was completely dumbfounded at that question because I never thought about that. I knew that it was orally transmitted, so to speak, like from one person to other. But I never actually tried to understand when it was actually written down in like textual form. And I was clueless, and he basically further, like, Quran was the same. It was written by the same Sahaba that Hadith wrote. If you trust the Sahaba for Quran, why do you not trust them for Hadith? And I was like, it made sense at that time. It made sense in the sense that, why the hell am I following Quran then, right? Like, these same people wrote the Quran,
That's
not Muhammad, but people who were around him. Who knows who wrote it, right?
isn't
So
that isn't
that
that
was
I have to say something. Isn't that what you call a self-own?
I know. I was literally, yeah, he owned me. Literally. He was like, I had I was just silent.
Yeah.
I
No,
was
no, it's
like,
a self-own. Like he broke his own
yeah, I
argument.
know.
You're saying Hadith is bad. He's like, well, what about Quran?
But
Because he thought you would be like, oh,
he's coming from his he's coming from the angle that, oh, this should probably make me realize that my arguments are flawed, right? In fact, what I was thinking in my head was like, wait, you know I missed something. I need to look into this. I
yeah.
never actually paid attention to the book that I'm, like, saying this is the correct, this is false. I need to look into this. So that's when I actually was like, okay, I need to, the same thing that I did with the hadiths, I need to do this with the Quran. Like, find different things that are not right. So that's when I started, like, okay, I need to go, and I started, like, actually. And there's so many at that time there was so many Quranists, so many. So I read about, like, how they explain and all of that, and a lot of the explanation was like, this was always, protected in the heaven and came down on Muhammad, and all of that. But obviously, I didn't buy that, right? And because it made no sense to me. So I started questioning Quran, right? I was like, okay. So one thing that I'll tell you, a lot of people would, used to, even my own father, his argument would be, okay, how do you pray then? Quran doesn't say, how do you pray? And my answer to him was, this is why I don't pray. This is not, don't ask me how I pray. This is why I don't pray like you do. I don't go and
Yeah.
bang my head on the floor and do this funky exercise kind of thing, yoga or whatever you want to call it. I don't do it because
Yeah.
the Quran doesn't tell me to do that. And that was basically what I was doing. I was like, okay, if the Quran doesn't tell me, I don't need to do it. I mean, yes, it talked about salah, and like, okay, for me, I would be like, okay, I'm just, like talking to God and, like literally mumbling to God. And that's basically, to me, that was like, okay, that's my prayer.
Yeah.
so, so that was, the thing I was, like anything that was not in the Quran. So then, um, I, I started looking into Quran more. And, the first verse that so I was at that time, what I was trying to do is try to find things that would give me clues to it being um, influenced by someone human. I mean, yeah, there were many. I mean, now when I look at it, everything is. But at that time, I didn't think of it that way. And the first problematic. I mean, I know there was all of these verses about women and all that were justified, explained by these Quranist people. Like this doesn't mean what it means. It means X, Y, and Z, right? So I bought that at that time. But what the first verse that really got my attention, because I used to think that Quran is like timeless and it's like a message till the eternity and whatnot, and and I could just use that as as some kind of like guidance, like how what not to do, what to do and whatnot. So I was listening to Quran, on my while I was driving, listening to translation, the English translation, playing it because I was trying to like trying to understand if there are something that I did had serious problems with. Uh, and the verse that really caught my attention was where um, I don't remember the verse number, but it's about Muhammad's friends, the buddies, so-called Sahaba, must leave his house. Um, I, I'm forgetting the details, like how it says it, but basically they must leave the house and don't stay past, the like the dinner or something, like once they've eaten, gotta go, go to your houses, right? And I was like, okay, why in the universe, a creator of the universe would think that this is something that to be sent over to humanity? Like it does not apply. Like I was trying to figure out how do I apply this to, like what is this verse trying to tell me, number one, and number two, obviously, like, hey, is this something that got inserted, right? And I also knew about some of these other Quranists, especially there's this group, French group, that actually has
Yeah.
one verse that they knock out. I'm forgetting the name. They say this verse proves that the Quran was. Yeah, this is this is
Yeah,
exactly what
so
I'm
all
talking.
you have believed, do not enter the houses of the prophet except when you are permitted for the meal without awaiting its readiness. So don't come too early, dudes. And when you're invited, then enter, and when you've eaten, get lost and stop bothering him and asking him nonsense. Okay? Indeed, that behavior was troubling for the prophet, and he has no balls to ask you to leave. So I mean, he's shy of asking you to leave, but Allah has ball. I mean, Allah is not shy of the truth. So when you ask
So
his wives,
yeah, this is true. Oh, I'll tell you one more thing. So while I was a Quranist, for some reason I did not have this thing, this infatuation with Muhammad. I If I had to scale, like if I had to like put down all these prophets, I'd probably put, Abraham, because I didn't know much about him other than, yeah, he had, two sons and blah blah blah, and monotheist, the father of monotheism, so to speak, right? And there was not much about Abraham, even though Abraham is all over Quran, right? So I would put Abraham above, definitely above Muhammad. So I didn't have this like reverence for Muhammad, even as a Muslim. Not in
Wow.
the
So
sense that I would.
you weren't doing idolatry of Muhammad, which is, I think, what most Muslims are doing without acknowledging and admitting it. The funny thing is when you actually bring this up, that you guys are worshiping Muhammad, they will be like, "Oh, you never understood Islam. Oh,
Exactly.
you're a fake ex-Muslim. Oh, you don't get it. We don't worship Muhammad." They'll tell you the party line, right?
Yeah, yeah,
But they're like blind to the fact that it's a personality cult. It's
right.
100% personality cult. They were even like drinking his spit and wiping on the bodies and like some weird shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I suspected, when I was questioning Quran, so this is what I suspected. I suspected that this dude, Muhammad, he must have, toyed with Quran. He must have just blurted out things that were not really from God, and he may have inserted, yeah, that's what I thought, this is
So
my like
basically,
kind of like leaving religion. At that time I was leaving Islam.
so
I still like,
basically,
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
I was still like not an atheist at that time. I was still like there has to be a creator, some creator, not necessarily, whatever you call, whether Allah, not necessarily the Islamic one, but like there's a creator. So at that time I was like, okay, this verse, like the one that I mentioned, and some of the other words that I later found that kind of benefit Muhammad. I mean, if you look at it, right, a lot of them actually, when I read it, as an atheist now, I mean, pretty much everything is like for Muhammad's benefit. So I looked at that, I was like, this has got to be something that Muhammad inserted or said, just to make his friends leave. Like, like I've got friends coming over, they don't want to leave. I want to be nice to them, right? What
It's
do I
kind of,
do?
you know
I
what it's like?
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you get like a fake phone call. Like, hold on, Talik, I listen.
Yeah,
Hello,
yeah, yeah,
oh, yeah, you need me to come over right now?
exactly.
Oh, this is Allah, Allah. Oh, Allah says you. Hold on. Hey guys, I have a message. Hold on. You want them to leave? Sorry, guys. Like, I was having fun, but you guys need to go because I got this guy's telling me you need to let you guys know that you need to get lost. Leave me.
Exactly. That's exactly what this is. In fact, this is what it is. This is
Yeah.
what it is.
So this is the satanic verses, except with Muhammad. Basically, it wasn't shaitan. It's Muhammad that's like inserting verses
Yeah,
as. I mean, that's you've now escaped the matrix, bro. Like this is now the point where you're like starting to
right.
the first level up you had was when the guy said, "Yeah, but Quran has been transmitted the same way." You're like,
Yeah, and
level
imagine
two,
I'm in
now
this.
level three achieved.
Imagine the first person who puts doubt in my head was a Muslim, and I was in Pakistan. Like I read so many articles and stuff, and I had obviously come across apostate um, the apostate prophet, and I had assumed so wrongly that he was a Christian. So I watched, and then I basically just shrugged him off, like, hey, he believes in Christian. I mean, I don't know. At that time, I don't know how and why I did that, but I assumed that he was a Christian. Um,
Yeah, he used
and so I
to.
didn't really pay attention to that. So there were lots of arguments against Quran in front of me. I just never paid attention to them until this point. Then I started looking into more, Quranic verses. So this was definitely one. Yeah, apostate prophet. Thank you, D. Um, and I was basically gonna say apostate Aladdin, because I've been listening to him. He's really doing great. Um, so um, anyway, so I'm now this is I think now, so I'm a father of two daughters. Thank you, apostasy. Yeah, so I was um I'm at this point I'm like, okay, I gotta look into Quran. So I stopped, debating with Muslims at this point, because like anybody could, come and say, hey, what about the Quran, right? So I had need to really get my homework done. And I started like looking into Quran and problems with the Quran, and that's when I started also, finding a lot of art at that time in 2016. I don't know if XMNA existed, or I think they were founded a year later or so. But I didn't know anybody who was kind of like an ex-Muslim. The term ex-Muslim didn't exist in 2016. And around the same time, so I was the father of two daughters. I was married, and my ex-wife, I had been as a child. I had done Umrah many times, because as I mentioned, my parents lived in the Middle East. I'd been, I don't know how many times I've done Umrah in my life. So for me, and also especially since I was a Quranist, this whole circling thing around Kaaba and all of that was for me kind of like like didn't make any sense, to me, even the Quran does mention that, but like I was like, okay, whatever, it doesn't, it didn't make any sense to me. So for my, you know, ex-wife, I was like, okay, she hadn't been to Makkah, Medina, and all the these places. It would be really, really um, she would love it, if I could take her, because we were planning to go to Pakistan with the two kids, and I'm like, I could just, make a plan it in such a way that we could also do the side trip to Saudi Arabia, and do this thing. And for me personally, and I don't have any shame in admitting it now, it was more of a like a kind of like mini vacation, so to speak. Like I'm going out to a different, country. Like, hey, just taking a break. Not really Umrah, because I was really not into that, even at that time. And I was like, that this is the point where I'm like, I I was calling myself a Muslim, but I didn't really follow even the Quran. Like I was like, I had problems, serious issues with the Quran. So I'm in 2016. I'm in Makkah, doing the Umrah with my, ex at that time. And one of the first things that really caught my attention, and this didn't happen. So I went with like really expensive, uh, top of the line tier of Umrah. Their Umrah packages, how much can you afford? And I went like the full blown, 5-star. So I'm at this hotel, which is like really high, I don't know what they're called. They're like three or four hotels, this tall building right inside, the mosque. And my first glimpse outside the window, so it was facing Kaaba. I got that, especially like, oh, this room costs a little more. I'm like, yeah, why not? Let's get that, So I go check in at the hotel, and I look at Kaaba, right? I'm looking down, and I'm up high above this so-called house of Allah, right? And it's tiny. I have a picture I shared on Twitter also. And I'm looking, and like it made zero sense to me. Like this creator of the universe has this house, and I'm up here in a room, hotel room, very high. It's kind of like blasphemy, in a way. Like you're above Allah in a way, actually literally above Allah, right? Allah's house, right? And I was like, and I always question this whole ritualistic aspect of Islam. And so I'm like thinking like, that doesn't make any sense. Why anybody does this, tawaf and all of these things. Later on the next day we did the Umrah, and obviously my ex was in the women's section, I was
Yeah.
in the men's, so I'm sitting down, and obviously as I mentioned, I didn't really pray, I didn't believe in that, but I did that just because, hey, I'm there, everybody's praying, I don't want to be standing there, so I just prayed. And like after the prayer, I'm sitting like this and just facing the Kaaba, and I'm looking at all these people around me, all the Muslims, like going crazy, tawaf and trying to, kiss Hajar Aswad and all of those, the chaos that it is. And I'm like, the first time I questioned, what the hell am I doing here? Literally the question, like, why am I here? Why am I doing this? It's kind of like one of those moments where you're meditating and, so to speak, like thinking about your life and, and all of that. And I'm like basically questioning and answering, to myself. And
Hmm.
I'm like, okay, I'm here because I'm a Muslim, but like, what makes me a Muslim? That's the first time I really questioned myself as, why do I call myself a Muslim? Like, do I believe in this, kalama? I didn't believe in that because, in Quran, it doesn't mention La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasul. It does not mention that. So I did not, as a Quranist, I didn't believe in this thing. And then all of the five pillars of Islam, I had problems with every single one of them. And like, I don't share anything in common with all of these people, whether they're Shia, Sunni, doesn't matter. I don't share anything. Then why do I call myself a Muslim? And this was basically my exit. I'm
Mm.
sitting in front of Kaaba, and I knew that I'm just basically calling myself a Muslim because I was born into this religion, and I don't need to use the label Muslim anymore. If somebody asks me what is your religion, I might put in, you know, no, none, as an example, right? At that time, I was not an atheist, I was still like, okay, there's got to be some God or something, So I'll pause for if you have any question, right? If you want to take any.
Yeah, I do. So I want to say something. I want to say a couple things. One thing is, you've now achieved, I mean, it's going to sound a little bit over exaggerated, but you've now achieved enlightenment. At this point, you've taken the final red pill and you've escaped the matrix. I think that's such a good analogy because, despite the fact that this is an accusation made against atheists with zombies, the fact is that to escape the indoctrination of childhood and the system that you were, when you were too young to understand right from wrong, you were put in this thing, you were told this is true. And then to step by step realize gradually that, it's such a beautiful story to hear that you're now at the final point where you're looking down at the Kaaba and like, what is this little thing? And then you're looking at all of these people going around, I'm sorry to say, like zombies, right? And you're like, what the heck? That's literally awakening. You woke up at the house of Allah, the most holiest place on earth, where there's angels going around everywhere.
I think Allah finally showed me the right path.
Yeah, you got blessed by Allah because of your desire to seek the truth. And I mean, when I went to Makkah for Umrah as well, I didn't go for Hajj, I went for Umrah. And I was like, I heard all these stories about people saying when they saw the Kaaba for the first time, they cried, right? And I'm like, please cry, please cry. I really want to cry. I want to have that touching moment, right? When I see the Kaaba for the first time, people pumped me up that the Kaaba, it's gonna have an impact, and if you don't, maybe you're just dead on the inside. It's kind of like the gaslighting. It's like, or even you gaslight yourself. You're like, or maybe my faith is not strong enough or whatever, right? So you set yourself up. And I went, and the Kaaba was there, and I saw the Kaaba for the first time. And you know what my reaction was? Hey, this is smaller than I thought. Like that was I was like, I thought this was like bigger than that. Like, and of course there was no crying. I mean, this was like, I was pure Muslim at the time. Okay. This was like, I don't know, 2013 or something. Like I was totally Muslim. I mean, obviously I was going for Umrah, right? And and I was just like, it was just underwhelming. I was like, I mean, I still had the whole like, oh my God, I'm in a blessed place. And then, Muhammad was here and all that stuff. But like, it was just like a building. It's like, there's nothing special about it.
Right.
And let me contrast that to something else. Excuse me, which is also a human creation. The pyramids. I
Yeah.
also went to Egypt, also a human creation. But when I saw the pyramids, like it took my breath away. I was in awe at like, wow, this thing is massive. Like the
Right.
scale of the pyramids it's insane. Yet, the Kaaba, I mean, the funny thing is Muslims are all mad. A lot of Muslims are mad about the clock tower because it shadows the Kaaba, and it makes it look insignificant compared to this gigantic clock tower. But the reality is that's what the Kaaba is, right? It's just an ancient house of idol worship that has been reconstituted as the center of monotheism. But that's not what it is. It never was. It was just a house of idol worship, right? That Muhammad obviously reutilized to make it into something else, right?
I'll tell you something. This reminded me of my first ever, like, visit to. I was a teenager, or probably before teenage years, I think. I visited. My mother was with me. She had done Umrah before, but for me it was the first time, and she told me, because we were like driving, somebody was driving and we're in the car, we were like gonna go, we're going toward the masjid, and I was about to witness Kaaba for the first time. So she told me, it's over there in this direction, this window, you're gonna see. But as soon as you see it, this is what my mother told me. As soon as you see it, don't blink. Just, yeah, don't blink. Keep your eyes open. And all of these things Muslims believe in, and ask everything that you want to ask. Basically, like pray. Like, hey, God, give me this. At that time, I didn't have a lot of, like, things that I could, like, other than maybe, at that time PlayStation didn't exist. Like, I'd probably ask for that, right, as a child. But I don't know what I prayed, but, like, I saw Kaaba, and I'm like, okay, that's just a black wall. Because at that time I could only see the wall. That's just a black wall. Okay. And because I'd seen it before, but when you see it in, when, just like you, when you see it in person, it is really underwhelming, because this whole um, this awe surrounding, the magical aspect of it, it just shatters right in front of you, unless you're like a really hardcore um, believer who would like find things, in magical things in Kaaba, things happening, like people would say, look, the birds, there's a famous video, like the birds circling the Kaaba and all of those things, right? Anyway,
Yeah,
so
something like
to continue, if those Muslims still say no birds poop on Kaaba, well, I'm pretty sure the Muslims probably do, because hey, you need all kinds of reasons to justify all this, this belief, because there's got to be something to hang on to, and that's what they hang on to. Should
mhm.
I continue?
Yeah,
Did
yeah,
you
yeah.
have?
Let's continue. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay, so this at this point I'm like, okay, I'm not a Muslim, but I don't know what I am. Like, I gotta have some label, And I'd already looked into Christianity and looked into other religions. I knew there was this thing called spirituality. So I dabbled into that. I couldn't understand it. Everybody's definition of spirituality was different, right? Everybody was like, this is what spirituality is. Some would say it's like meditation and blah blah blah, and I'm like, but yeah, that's meditation, but it's not like a belief system or anything, so, like, doesn't answer some of the questions about, like, the existence of God and whatnot, right? So I was like trying to, come up with something, and I couldn't find anything. Literally, I was like, okay, I know that I'm not a Muslim. I didn't know about the label ex-Muslim, so I was obviously not. But I was like, okay, I found out that there's, this Islam thing is, just made up, But at that time, I was not really arguing or debating with Muslims. I'm like, hey, the reason I did not do it because how unsuccessful I was in convincing them about hadiths. I knew that if I talked about Quran, it would be useless. Like if I could not get them to leave hadith, my own father, if I could not get him to leave hadith books, when I showed him all of those, problematic hadith, like how the heck would I be able to convince about Quran? And then I realized that religion is a very, you know, and I was learning all of these things that religion is a very personal thing. Hey, if I left because I seeked and I sought and basically found what I was looking for. Other people don't seek that, right? And so if they want to, seek, they will find out, and they will, come to their own conclusion. They may not come to the same conclusion as I did, but I'm not gonna go ahead. I'm not gonna go waste my time trying to, tell people, what I think, because at the end of the day, I may be wrong, right? I always have this that whatever conclusions that I draw tomorrow, I may come up with something that shatters these conclusions that I'm making up today, right? So just like with when I was a Quranist, so I stopped, talking about religion. I was just basically like, you know, studying religion, so to speak. Around that time, also, so I also had a very negative view of atheism at that time. Again, as when you're growing up as a you know Muslim, you do you know you know so many words are used to describe like kafir and all that, right? So I used to think that atheism means that you're basically a believer who believes that there's no God. Basically, that's what I thought I understood atheism to be. And I'm like, how can that even be like how can I say that there's no God, right? Like just like I cannot like at that point I could not say that there is a God. So like how can I go and flip it and say there's no God, right? I don't have any proof. So I started reading up on, I read Richard Dawkins' book, and then read more about atheism and understood atheism. And I was not labeling myself an atheist at that time, but I was kind of like, okay, I'm atheistic in a way in my, thought process. There was an event that really went, that really in a way affected me that actually made me an atheist. And this was in 2000. So I did Umrah in 2016. 2017, there was a famous case of a girl. I think she was a Pakistani girl. She was, I think, 6 or 7, Zainab. And she was kidnapped, raped, and murdered by someone who was very much religious because he used to pray not, which is basically hymns to praise the prophet. And the reason it affected me is because my daughter at that time was around the same age, right? My oldest one. And so how it really affected me is because her parents, both parents went for Umrah, leaving her with the relatives in Pakistan, right? Now, less than a year earlier, I had done the same thing, I and my ex, we, flew to Pakistan, dropped the kids to the in-laws, my in-laws at that time, and then me and her went on Umrah. So my kids were, 2 daughters were, in Pakistan. And I thought to myself, this could have been my child. What would I do? How would I react? What would I feel that I'm there in the presence of God? At that time, as I said, I didn't believe in Islamic God, but I was like, okay, I'm going and doing something that shouldn't have uh, should be positive for a God. Like, hey, I'm doing something, to to acknowledge a God, whether it's that. the God that probably exists or not. So I couldn't understand how a God, any God, doesn't matter, would allow that
Yeah.
to allow. Um, I mean, I knew that kids get raped
Yeah,
and
terrible things.
murdered.
Let's not use that word. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Yeah,
yeah,
sorry. Okay, so I'll be careful.
yeah,
I know that it happens,
yeah,
what I didn't understand, like when it happened to a very religious Muslim, the girl's father was very religious, 5 times a day and all that. And I'm like, if Allah, and I knew that Allah was, fake, at that time, but like whoever is the God, why could he not spare? Like why could he not intervene, right? Why could he not stop it? Like what good is that God, whichever God? It doesn't, I mean, a child to me doesn't have any religion. It doesn't matter, whether the child is born into a Muslim family or a Hindu or a Christian family. A child is a child. And if that God, doesn't matter which God it is, cannot do anything about it, then that God is worthless. That God is as good as a God that does not exist. And that was basically it for me. I knew that I was an atheist, for probably a very long time, because I was always questioning the existence of God. Way before, I dabbled into Islam, I was like, questioning God, and because I was into goth music and alternative rock, and some of the lyrics were kind of like blasphemous. So I was always like, questioning, like, hey, what if there's no God? I was always asking that question.
yeah. The existence of unnecessary harm does create a problem for theists. And, Yasakati says theodicy, the problem of evil, is one of the biggest problems for theism. It's a problem that doesn't go away, that can't really go away. I mean, Islam has its own answers to it. Bud Ehrman, the very famous ex-biblical scholar, I mean, still biblical scholar, not ex-biblical, he left Christianity because of the problem of evil, because there's no solution to it. Like, it's just not possible to explain away the fact that there's unnecessary suffering. Suffering may be necessary to lead to some better outcomes in some cases, but there are also examples of pure suffering with no benefit to anyone, right? And so you're left with a big problem of trying to justify why this had to happen, right? So, this suffering of children is a very difficult one. I'll just say a little bit more and then I want you to continue with your story. But there's this butterfly child, or the butterfly, this thing that the skin peels off of. There's a genetic disease, right? You just touch the skin and it falls off, right? And scientists now have come up with some treatment, for this genetic problem, that you can't imagine the amount of suffering that you have to put. People like us that are parents, we feel extra bad for children because we know what it's like to have children. Like, we empathize. Not, I mean, even worse. I mean, not even worse, but probably equally. I'd say the parents suffer equally as bad as the child. That, like, maybe even worse than the child, because you're so powerless and you can't do anything for your child, and your child is suffering. And so it's just awful, right? And so I totally empathize with this actually, setting the stage even further for atheism, or even, but in a sense, if deism is true, that there is some, like, God that just doesn't care, that's still a possibility. But yeah, for the Abrahamic God, it's just out of the question at that point, right?
Yeah, and also my understanding of atheism was, as I mentioned, was wrong. It's like, I'm not like saying, as an atheist, I think a lot of people get the two word, agnostic versus atheist, very wrong. And I read not all the books, but many books on the subject, and it's pretty clear to me what it means. You have, I look at it this way. I look at agnostic as an adjective, like defining, what, the word, like I could be an agnostic Muslim, right? I could be an agnostic Christian. I could be so the same way I'm an agnostic atheist, which I don't usually use the full agnostic atheist, but that is implied because everybody has to be agnostic. Like even when you are a Muslim, there are so many different flavors of Muslims. You're questioning one thing, you're believing in one thing, questioning one thing, right? So you're always, there has to be agnosticism in every aspect of belief, because you cannot really believe in everything, out there, right? So yeah, I mean, I became an atheist at that time. I knew that, it was, but I realized from my own experience that nobody can be convinced, that I cannot convince anyone. And also, it didn't make any sense to me to, to even talk about it, because, like, okay, I had this realization at the time, as like many people, many ex-Muslims, I thought I was the only one. I thought I was the only one who had this realization, and I knew how problematic it was. That it was really important that I don't bring it up with, especially with my relatives, with that I don't believe in Allah, because that's like so bad, right? Like, you don't believe in Allah, you're gonna go burn in hell and all that. Even though I was told as a Quranist that, I'm not, I better be the right Muslim, become, Sunni. So I knew that this was gonna be like further step down the hellhole, of Islam. So I didn't want to. I'm like, okay, I don't really care. I know that, God may or may not exist. Definitely doesn't exist in this, in the God of the Abrahamic religions. I knew that for sure, very confidently. And so I didn't really care if there is some kind of God out there. you know if there is, then, and one of the things that I did, which I think some I've heard some ex-Muslims do, is kind of like, like, I'm talking to like Allah, and like, not really talking, but like, I was basically like, the last step was like basically blaspheming Allah, like saying, if you're there, come get me if you can. I dare you to, in a way, like basically like that's like, okay, let me just test this theory, because there's always this little fear about, God, acting irrationally, throwing you into a, you know, um, somewhere, basically like giving you some kind of sign, so to speak, right? So that sign never happened, that nothing happened, obviously, and I was not expecting something to happen, but I kind of like, for my own mind, I was like, okay, you don't exist, you just inside of the figment of my imagination, that's it. I mean, not just my imagination, but like I was taught to imagine Allah, basically. I didn't talk about it, and I was like, I'm gonna stay an atheist for the rest of my life, like closeted atheist, right? Because doesn't really matter. Now I have two children at that time. Now I have three, and so as my daughter, the oldest one, is growing older, coming to, closer to the teenage years, as is the case with Muslim parents, they want to teach the children about Islam, right? So this is what happened with me, where, so my, as I mentioned, everybody knew that I was a Quranist, including my ex-wife, and everybody else. So my ex-wife started to get my oldest one into Quran. Like, she needs to read the Quran. She needs to read the Arabic Quran, not the translation. And I was an atheist at that time, closeted atheist. So I'm like, I had a problem with that. I'm like, I don't want her to waste time reading this, Arabic she doesn't understand. And I try to explain to her, and she did not understand me, because she knew me as a Quranist, right? Quranists don't have problem with the Quran, and I'm like showing, like, like this repulsion to Quran, the idea of, like, Quran. No, 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 I don't want to, I don't want to, I don't want to teach my kids Quran, right? And so I was like, okay, let's hold off until she's, matured, maybe 18 plus, and then she, you can teach her. She actually wanted her to be taught by a mullah over Skype from Pakistan. And I was like, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. So I was very much against that. I obviously shut that idea down, because uh, it is so toxic. It is so toxic. This whole culture of indoctrinating children is very, it's not just, so I knew that it was not going to be just Quran. It's going to be so many other things. How do you dress, cover your all of those things would come with it, right? I knew that it was not good. So I told her to, okay, if you want to teach her how to read the Quran, then you go ahead and do it, because you know how to do it, you know how to read the Quran, you do it. um, Unfortunately, yes, what happened is, I had more and more problems with the way she was, teaching my daughters to cover up and all of that. I mean, she didn't wear hijab, but didn't allow my daughters to, like, when the oldest one, to wear t-shirts even, in the summer. And obviously, she knew that my stance against hijab was, throughout my life. I loathed the idea of hijab, and also because, back when I was a Quranist, there was no verse that I could find. There was covering your chest was there, but there was no verse that I could find cover your head. So I know that some say that there is some, I don't know, but I always like, no, there's no such thing. Um, so I was very much against hijab. um, so I told my ex that, she was free to do what she wants to wear, right? I didn't have any problem, if she wanted to put hijab on her. She didn't, luckily. I would be, um, I don't know. I wouldn't, I don't want to judge people, but like, I don't like hijab, to be frank. And then, so my daughter, having a dress code of, so to speak, put on by, my ex, was a big problem for me. I was like, okay, I need to. Uh, at that time, this was like 2000. Okay, so I was, one little side note was like, I was an atheist, right? And I had discovered all the X7A, and Hari Sultan is active at this time. This is 2019, 2018. And other people, ex-Muslims are pretty, X7A was probably number one, that I followed. And I I was traveling a lot. Every week I was out. I was a consultant, and I had this freedom where I would be like in my hotel room, doing whatever I want to do, like, watch, these YouTubes, about, ex-Muslims and all of those things in my own, my ex wouldn't know about it. My ex-wife didn't know about it. So I had this life, which was, my own private life, with where I was like, okay, I could be myself. I could explore these different topics, these different things. Um, but uh, pandemic happened, 2020, and everybody's locked down, locked inside their houses. I was not traveling at all, and I was wanting to, watch something on YouTube. For example, you were also, one of the channels I followed, obviously, and then I'm also seeing this thing, that is affecting my own children, from my, not only my ex-wife, but also, her side of the family had become very religious over time, and they were like pushing her to do certain things, because they're girls. They're supposed to be ready, for the, how it goes,
For the
so
marriage?
marriage, yeah, marriage, and also be like, modest, and you're
All
living in
right.
America. They could be, when they become older, they could go, like they could be very rebellious, right? You know what I mean? So, and I was very different. I never wanted to raise my children that way, even when I was a Muslim. So in 2020, I was like, okay, I have to make a decision. I have to come out of this closet. I had joined X7A, I think in August 2020. I'd been following them for a really long time. So I was like, I need to come, because this will be revealed eventually, that because I'm becoming more active in with the ex-Muslim community, so to speak, right? I need to, at least tell my then wife that, hey, who I am, right? So I slowly, gradually, started, teasing her about, the funny stuff that Allah does, like some Maulvi would be saying something, and I'd be like, look at this, like this Allah is so clueless, like I would point to funny things that are even like in Quran, right? And so a few times she ignored me, but like fourth or fifth time she like literally paused the TV, and she's like, do you mean that you don't even believe in Allah? And she literally asked me that, and this was that moment where I was like, okay, it's like, you're like, do I escape or do I face my, the the reality? And I was like, I made the decision. I told her, no, I don't believe in Allah. I don't think Allah exists. I'm not a Muslim. It was very shocking, obviously, for her, but I told her that I have, I told her that I hadn't told anyone except her. I mean, literally, I didn't. Nobody knew that I was an ex-Muslim, and I also told her it's nobody's business that I'm an ex-Muslim. And the reason I'm telling her is because I wanted her to know, and also I wanted my kids to know. This is very important for me that my kids knew that their dad was, had left a religion, and also be able to talk to them when time comes about religion, if they wanted to talk about it, right? Um, and not live this life being a closeted atheist, and then all, everybody looking at me as a Muslim when I was not a Muslim, like living this life wearing a mask, so to speak, right? So I told her, and I told her that, hey, do not, how this will be perceived in Pakistan, by all the relatives. So I told her not to tell anyone. And I was not hoping to convince her to leave Islam, but I was trying to convince her to understand why, I think Islam is false, right? So that for that, I gave her all the different things that I'd been researching and looking at, like all of the problematic verses, uh, one of the funny things, was that Allah comes out at night, listens to the prayers, and I was like, joking, like, like we like literally there's a 12-hour time difference between where I live in Seattle and Pakistan. So I'm like, the big question is, where's Allah? Right now it is daytime, but it's the middle of the night in Pakistan. Is he down there? Is he up here? Where is he? Like, so that was, one of those funny things where I'm like, okay, it makes zero sense. All of these other things, and I showed her all those problematic verses. Um, she was also, she was non-practicing and didn't know much about Islam, and just was a Muslim. So she went into like this um, kind of like took it upon herself to kind of get me back, to the right path, So she ended up, without me knowing, even though I told her don't tell anyone, she told, because trying to save me from hell, she's like, she has to do whatever she has to do. She told, I don't know who she told. She told her cousin, her sister, and obviously once somebody knew that somebody's husband is an ex-Muslim, or not an ex-Muslim, but an atheist, doesn't believe in Allah, that was wildfire, for, like basically. Uh, anyway, so I'm not going to go too much into that because it's probably boring for the
No,
audience.
no, no, no. It's definitely interesting. I just wanna stop. We could stop here for a second and just kind of point out that what you were feeling was a very real need that people have, which I see all the time, which I had as well, which was the desire to live an authentic life. And many people struggle with like you said, you got to a pivot. You had many pivots in your life, and this is one of the big ones. But in that moment, you are now being confronted. Do you not believe in any of this? And you have to make a decision. I also experienced the same pivot with my ex-wife, where I was like, should I just like admit it? Should I just say that I no longer believe, or should I be like, yeah? Because in the beginning, for me, it was like, yeah, I'm doubting this. But the reality was the doubt had gone over 50%, right? So like it was more doubt in Islam that at that point, right? Eventually the scale flips, right? And now it's like you have less of a reason to believe than not believe. But you also want to be careful in how you convey that to other people that are tied down by religious dogma and able to really hold themselves back anyways. So you took the authentic one. Well, first of all, it affects your kids, like you said, and you want the best for your kids, and you don't want them going through that crap. I've also heard of other people that suffer with similar situations where one parent is religious and the other parent has to just put up with it. And in this case now, you made the decision to be authentic, and obviously to some extent she betrayed you and she spread this information. So what was the consequences of that? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I had muted myself. So, my plan was that I would, religion was a personal matter, and I still believe that religion is a personal matter, and that doesn't matter if somebody believes in something, as long as they're not affecting me, as long as they're not shoving it down my throat or my children's throat, right? I don't really care. And that's basically how I wanted to live the rest of my life, where I would be talking about religion if I need to with people who I'm very close with, right? And who want to talk to me, like especially my children, right? And so like I wanted to like not even my relatives in Pakistan. I didn't want to mention anything about religion because it was useless. It was completely my parents. I didn't want to mention that I left Islam because at this age, they wouldn't understand, number one, and even if they did realize that Islam is false, it's very hard. It's very hard to live within a country like Pakistan, and you can't do anything about it. Like if I was an atheist, and I know many friends who are atheists in Pakistan, very good friends. It's very suffocating. It really, and that's what was happening to me. It was like I wanted to reach out to the community. And I could see the ex-Muslims exploding. Even in 2019, I was seeing more and more people, ex-MNA and all of that. And I wanted to connect with others who were like me. And I couldn't do it until my ex knew, and that was one of the reasons, my motivation, and also to keep my children. Now, she, as you mentioned, she betrayed me by, I think her reasons were not, maybe not really betrayal, but trying to get me to the right path. Basically, you know what? This is what happens, right? Like, I, I still get text messages from people who know that in Pakistan, who know that I'm an atheist, with prayers. Hopefully Allah will show you the right path, and I just ignore them. I mean, they are probably saying it. Um, Genuinely, they believe in this. A lot of people believe faith is a very powerful thing, right? And so I don't really respond. I don't argue. I only uh, so when she did this, it spread like wildfire. They convinced her that our nikah was done, over. She cannot stay with me. That
Can
somehow, and
you
this was happening.
Yeah, can you explain that? What does that mean, your nikah was done?
Okay. So this is all happening behind my back. I had no idea. I was at this time, I'm like, okay, I was under the impression that it had been like, at that time, it had been like around 6 to 7 months. I'm like, oh, I didn't anticipate that she would take me this casually, this atheism and all that. She didn't have much of a negative reaction to it. And I let her do what she wants to do. And the only thing that I told her, you know, was that I don't want my children uh, to be taught about Islam, because there are so many different versions of Islam, right? So so I just want them to learn about Islam or any religion when they're old, when they want to learn about it. And if they come and ask, yes, I'd tell them, or whoever would tell about the religion. But I don't want them to be taught that this is how you're supposed to live, this is how you're supposed to dress, and all of that, right? So this was basically what I told her, and that was one of the main reasons why I came out of my closet, because it was important that I did that. Because if I imagine, I have met ex-Muslims who are closeted, still closeted in their senior years. Their children have become super religious, and they know that the dad is not a Muslim, and they hate the dad, and like because they don't understand his side of his point of view, where he's coming from, and all of that. So and I mean, I didn't know ex-Muslims at that time, because I was not really interacting with anyone. But I'm glad that I did. I'm glad that I spoke out and came out and didn't live this life. Nobody knows when anyone's going to die, but whatever number of days and months and years I have, I didn't want to wear this this burqa over me of being a Muslim. You know what I mean? So like uh, so
That's a that's an amazing analogy, the
right,
burqa.
exactly, right.
It's basically what it is. It's suffocating you, right?
Yeah,
It's limiting your autonomy. Now, listen, you just why don't you just be quiet about Islam? We don't want to hear about Islam. Just keep it to yourself. Which means be limited by Islam, be limited in what you can do. And that's what they're trying to tell you. Like, just be quiet, right?
yeah. So I was to cut the story short, because I had very um, uh, difficult years after that, because I was my ex told the some of my in-laws are in Canada, in your city, Toronto, and they understood the U.S. system. She was the so I don't have any relatives in the U.S., which is a good thing. She didn't have any relatives in the U.S. So we didn't have any relatives anywhere in the U.S. in all 50 states. And the closest in-laws, the closest so-called relatives were in Toronto, so they understood the U.S. system. So they told her, just literally throw me under the bus, because he's a kafir. You don't really have to care about him. Just put all the charges that you can, use the U.S. justice system, um, file domestic violence, and literally I was accused, and this is, I'm a consultant traveling across. I had security clearance. I still do, and I was accused to be a drug addict on a court, filing by her. Like, when I saw that, the level that people can go to protect this Allah, or the religion, I was like, this is so toxic. This is worse than I imagined. So obviously, that all of that is over now. So this is 2021 January. I I had a case, false case, against me, and then, later on, divorce case. And I had to present an argument, the real story about why my ex was doing what she's doing, because she didn't mention religion, because, she knew from all of the guidance that she had, that do not mention religion in any of the court, because, in America, it doesn't really matter what I believe in, right? But I need to tell the real story to the judge. And the problem I had as a closeted ex-Muslim was that nobody knew that I was an ex-Muslim. I didn't, she was the first person who I mentioned that I left religion. So nobody, if I go and tell somebody that, hey, I left religion, it would be after the fact. Like, now that I have this divorce going on and all of that, and it could be seen like, hey, I'm making this up now, in a way, like, hey, to save me. Luckily for me, that I joined XMNA in August 2020. So I reached out to the XMNA community, and especially the leadership, that I need help. I have, I joined the, the community uh, before this whole thing happened. What can you do? Like, how can, so I think I basically, so they, Muhammad Syed and, Sarah Hader, really, I cannot say enough praise. They were the only ones. I mean, obviously, they were the ones who I reached out to because I didn't know anybody in the ex Muslim community. Within 24 hours, I had a letter on XMNA letterhead, stating basically that I joined the organization, that I was, uh, vetted to be an ex-Muslim, basically proving that, hey, there's this other side of the story which my ex hadn't mentioned, and this is why. And also the letter, gave very detailed, references to how ex-Muslims and atheists are treated in countries like Pakistan, right? Which was very important for a court to see, for a judge to see, because a lot of the judges in the court system here, they don't really realize, how difficult it is to leave religion. I mean, yes, it's difficult to leave religion in even in America, like if you're a hardcore Christian, right? But it's not as bad as in Pakistan. You literally get uh, mob justice, in Pakistan, right? So that letter really helped, because I had to have somebody who can tell, not just me saying, hey, this is all of this is because I left religion. you know I had our marriage, like, was for like 12 plus years, so it was not like, so this thing happening was the only reason it happened is because of the religion. Obviously we had differences, but there was no such thing as like literally going and accusing the other, your spouse of doing X, Y, and Z, which were not true. I was able to prove every single allegation, and throw it. The judge threw it out, and only the divorce case continued. But from January 2021 is when I was literally kicked out of my own house because this is I didn't know anything about it at that time. That this is how it works. The law, you even if you falsely get accused, you will be proven guilty, so to speak, until you prove your innocence. Right? And that's what I had to do. Um, you know, prove my innocence, and I had plenty of things to show to the court, um, and ended up, now I'm divorced. Um, my ex had the custody of the children. She prevented, the children from seeing me, and at that time, because of all of those allegations against me, right, the judge wouldn't grant me any visitation, because if I'm a drug addict, alcoholic, you know the whole 9 yards, right, dangerous person, why would any judge allow children to be seen, by me, or so within, like, I stayed, like, I could not talk to my children for 2 months, which was excruciating. Everybody sided, because she didn't tell all the neighbors and people here in the US, didn't know the full story. There's a lot of people just believed she's a woman, I'm a man, from Pakistan. Yeah, most likely he's a drug addict. So, I mean, this is the perception, right? Like, people from, like, they have this, like, if, there's also this, as X7A talks about it, we talk about it many times. You've talked about it. There's a lot of the anti-Muslim bigotry, right? So I'm treated as a Muslim, obviously. Like, within this thing, I'm treated as a Muslim. Like, I'm a Muslim man.
Yeah.
I'm
Can
not a
I
Muslim man.
can I say something?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an assumption that people make about us when they see us, brown guy.
Yeah.
Like, I was getting my haircut yesterday, and nice lady was giving me a haircut. She's like, talking about some of these things, and she's like, "Well, did you want your ex-wife to work?" I was like, "Yeah." She's like, "Yeah, but like I always hear about people that in your culture." She said, "Your culture, they don't let the wives to work, right? And I'm like, my culture, like I'm actually from Kenya, first of all. I'm pretty liberal and whatever, right? But then on top of it, she was like, yeah, but then even some people born here. And then I started laughing. It's so true because they bring these values here. And I'm like, yeah, there's some extreme conservatism in the community. And what I want to say as well is the worst thing about this that's happened to me. So I'm also fellow divorced dad. Someone was asking, does everyone have an ex-wife here in the comments? I think it, obviously at our age as well, it's also more likely. But in this case, there's some commonalities, there's some situations. Obviously, I can't talk about all of it. But the thing that killed me, that really bothered me, was the first time this happened was when I first left Islam. I had all these Muslim telling my wife at the time to leave me because I was ex-Muslim. And the thing that bothered me was, like, I'm a good dad. Like, I take care of them. And she knew this, right? So that didn't cause my marriage to break down at that time. But like a similar type of situation happened that you went through, I also went through, where there were like, luckily it didn't get to the point of domestic violence charges because my kids are older, and that you can't do that in that situation when your kids can see what's going on. It just doesn't work because you look like a true criminal if you do that in front of big teenage kids. Teenage kids can see what's really going on. But the thing that kills me is all these people that claim to be the best community on earth, the ummatan wasata, the middle nation, the ones that enjoin good and forbid evil, the ones that are supposed to speak the truth even against themselves, just quoting the Quran, right? There's good things in the Quran. All of this stuff goes out of the window, and you get instead tribalism, us versus them. These stupid fools are taking away the father of the kids that need a father, that would be much better off with an atheist dad than even an abusive Muslim dad. They'd be better off with an atheist dad that's a good dad, that takes care of them, that spends time with them, that spends money on them, that's there for, like, it's insane. And and I'm pretty sure in your case too, your ex knew you're a good dad. She knows that for a fact. Yet they're playing these nasty games. Some of it is because of Islam. Some of it is just it's a power trip, right? And it's trying to use the system against you. But the good thing is, the good thing is that ultimately, it doesn't always end up this way. But ultimately, if you're a good person, if you're a good father, if you're like a good dad, all of these things work in your favor in the long run. The problem is when the pig drags you through the mud, you spend a lot of money and time and energy, and you miss out on time with your kids, and you have to go through the system doesn't know in the beginning. The system will just assume that. And even in my case, my lawyer also told me that there's an image issue here. In my case, my ex-wife was white, so there's an image issue of a white woman with a brown guy. Of course people are going to assume certain things, so I'm already guilty just from but the good thing is, in my case at least, the system was pretty decent, and eventually, I don't want to say justice was served, but like, it ended up positively, right? Like, I still see my kids and everything. And in your case, you have your kids as well, so yeah, so please continue.
So I was obviously I went through this hell, and which basically got me out of my closet. I was like, I didn't want to talk about Islam today. This thing wouldn't be happening. This live had some Muslims. Number one, didn't tell me that the Quran was had the same problem. And others, falsely accusing me to pretend that just to give it back to me, as a punishment. Anyway, so I knew that at the end of the day, I will win, because although the U.S. justice system is slow and a lot of problems, which I found out, I knew that ultimately, if you follow the law, I never did anything to break the law. I've lived in this country since late 90s. Not once had I any problem with law. So I knew that, I had my track record of living in this country, and all these accusations against me. So she didn't file for
Yeah.
like she didn't file for like domestic violence, because she can prove them. I never, hit her, never. In fact, one of the things that I had problems with my ex was, early on with my children, she wanted to discipline them by hitting, and I was very much against it, and I told her, this is, I don't like, that my children, I mean, there are many other ways to discipline. So I was very much against hitting anybody, whether they're your children or, your spouse. There's no chance. And so she didn't, luckily she didn't put it there that I hit her or anything, which I never did, but she did put a lot of other things like mental abuse and blah blah blah. And again, as I said, drug addict. I don't know why, but like I think there were like check boxes, and like it's a standard form that the county provides. Like, okay, is your spouse a drug addict? Check. Is your spouse an alcoholic? Check. So basically, what they did was just basically checking the boxes. Like whichever box they could fit. They even I never owned a gun in my life. Okay. Um, I have lived in the U.S. I've never owned a gun, never had a license, never had the need to go, buy a gun or get a license. I was, so in the document it was put there that I had firearms. I may possess fire. So I'm sitting in my ex went to the neighbors with the kids one morning, Sunday morning. I wake up, find that I don't see my then wife and my children. I had three children. I mean, I have three children now, and I don't see them. So I'm like basically searching the house. I was upstairs, and I came downstairs looking for them, and then I called her, and she's like, "Oh, I'm at the neighbor, next door, and then the kids are playing with the neighbor's kids," which is rare. Like that never happened. She never took the kids to the non-Muslim. She was very much like Muslim, non-Muslim. And this was like kind of late, so I was like, that's pretty sus. And even though I was like never doubted that she would do this to me, like 12 plus years of marriage, right? I mean, like, no, she was not gonna throw this under the bus over me leaving religion. Long story short, I found out that that was basically because I was left Islam, and everybody in her side of the family, they didn't bring it up to me, but I knew that that's what's going on. Um, three, like a couple of weeks went by, 2.5 weeks. I was living in my house by myself, no contact with my children, and I was filling out, the forms for divorce because at that time, like, I got to file for divorce because I didn't see anything that could change, because it was like it was not gonna work out, doesn't matter. So I was filling out the form, and I had a knock on my door. There were two police officers, and they told me the one who was a little further, he had his hand on the gun. At that time I didn't know that there were these domestic abuse charges filed against me. He basically told me, you have 10 minutes, literally 10 minutes. I'm like, literally, I'm in my shorts, in my house. You have 10 minutes to grab two pieces of luggage or whatever you want to grab. 10 minutes, you got to leave the house. I didn't know that this was possible. I did not know that you could be thrown out of your house, your own house that you pay mortgage, and everything, over false accusations by your own spouse. I didn't know that. I was so not prepared. And I said, okay, let me go grab. So the police officers, because she put it there that I had possible firearms, right? So they came prepared to pretty much do whatever they want. If I had taken if I had one misstep during that interaction, I'd probably be dead in my own house. Because you see all this thing that happens in the US where somebody gets mistaken for doing something and they get shot down, and they're dead. uh I was shaken. Obviously, didn't anticipate that. So the police officer walked with me throughout the house, while I'm collecting the two, not just one, two police officers. One of them always had his hand on the gun, and I could sense that he's ready to go. Like if I step somewhere where I'm not supposed to step in my own house, he might shoot me. And I was so what I did is, number one, I grabbed the passports, my passport and my children's passport, because at that time I knew what was going on. I had, understood that this had to do with Islam. I knew that there was genuine reasons for my ex to kidnap my kids away from me, which, I mean, she hadn't allowed them to talk to me for 2+ weeks. So she would just come and grab the passports and go. And in Pakistan, I could not do anything. There's no legal recourse that I would have as an atheist.
Yeah.
Um, so I grabbed the passports, number one, and I, the passport were in a safe, safety box, or what do you call it? And so I grabbed that, or grabbed just a bunch of clothes, and I just drove out, because I was also, it was in the document that I had only one car, one SUV. Because I was traveling most of the time, so we had only one car. uh, in the paper, she demanded the car, but somehow the police neglected and they let me drive. Otherwise, I'd be standing with two suitcases right outside my street, with all of the neighbors looking at, like, what the heck is going on, right? And imagine all the judgments that people pass, right? Two police coming, with full force. um, it was pretty embarrassing, and luckily I was allowed to leave with the car. And then later on, they realized that they were supposed to not let me leave with a car, with my SUV, but let me just walk and call, maybe Uber or something. I go, and this is my situation. Nobody knows that I'm an ex-Muslim. Nobody knows what the real story is. Not even my own my mother didn't know about it. Nobody knew about it. So I'm like, what do I do now? Like, I was already had a law attorney, divorce attorney. So
Yeah.
I called him, and he just told he was like, see, I was telling you, you need to rush, fill out that form, before she does. And now it's, like, that's the situation. I'm like, yeah, anyway. So I
So
go
before you
to
continue, if I just
yeah.
want to step in and say a few things. Isn't it interesting that a lot of these people hate kafirs, or maybe hate is a bad word, right? They're like, it's us versus them, yet they'll use the system, the
Yes.
the kafir system, that
Yes.
they hate you. Okay, they definitely hate you. Maybe they don't hate all kafirs, but you especially they hate.
Yeah.
But even the system, the American system, they're not obviously, outwardly they'll say, oh, we hate America, we hate this, we hate that, but then they'll use the system against you as much as possible. They'll basically scamming the system, right? That's what they do. They're using it to the advantage. And I want to say one more thing, which is that, we both know Stephanie, right? And we know that this, like you just hinted, that the kidnapping and the situations, we both know about people that is more than just Stephanie. I mean, we know multiple people that lost their kids completely. They're kidnapped, sent to a Muslim country. If you were in a Muslim country right now in Pakistan, and okay, I've heard also examples of this, but maybe you can just tell me, like, what would have happened if she did this while you were in Pakistan and living in Pakistan, not America. Let's say you were an American, you're Pakistani, you live there fully. She leaked this information that you were atheist. What would happen to your kids and to you?
Let me also, since you mentioned Stephanie, I know
Yep.
Stephanie met her. And when I joined XMNA, Stephanie was managing, a lot of the, XMNA stuff. And I watched her video on, how she lost her children, right? So her story also made me be a little more vigilant about, like, grabbing the passports. If I hadn't, and I wouldn't have thought about it, if I hadn't watched her, story about her losing the children. And I'm glad that I did, because yeah, what would happen is she would take the kids to Pakistan. And unfortunately, this is so frustrating. And again, goes back to the US court system, because one of the things that I specifically wanted in the final divorce is that um, none, I mean, obviously I didn't have to, I could not say that only my ex is not allowed to travel outside of the US with the kids, like take the kids outside of the US. So the language is like neither parent is allowed to, take the kids outside the US. And it was so hard to try to explain to my attorney, my own attorney, to explain to the judge that it doesn't matter if Pakistan is part of, they say, is it Geneva Convention or some convention? If I don't know which it is, like they look it up and they're like, oh, Pakistan, no problems. We cannot put it. We cannot put the wording. We can only put that countries that are, there's an agreement with between countries, some child kidnapping laws, right? And Pakistan is part of that. And if I had a hard time convincing the judge, like, through my attorney, that we need to explicitly include, like, I either want Pakistan to be in that document that cannot take the kids to Pakistan, or like not leave the US. That's it. That'll solve the problem, right? So yeah, what would
Yep.
happen is that I would have no recourse. If she had taken the kids, I would probably not be able to see my kids ever again, because if I travel to Pakistan, um, just one word out that I'm an atheist and a blasphemer. Like, if you're an atheist, you're automatically a blasphemer, right? I mean, you're rejecting, Islam. That is, in a way, blasphemy. So, yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah. So, as bad as your situation was, ultimately there was a happy ending to it, right?
Right. So after 1.5 years, like started in January and then ended in January of 2021, ended in June of 2022. I finally got full custody of the kids, got my house back. I was, all through this time, I was living uh, in an apartment by myself. I was allowed to see my kids only once in 2 weeks, only for the weekends. Finally, I was able to prove to the court that, I'm a better parent. I mean, obviously there was no, she. I mean, I don't want to go into the details, but the Islam can drive you crazy. Um, and again, one of the solutions, that so-called solutions, is that leaving everything to Allah will solve all the problems. So what happened was things were not going right, and it was Ramadan to 2022. You know how Ramadan affects Muslims. It's the holiest of the month, right? So what happened is, uh, my ex stopped sending the kids to school. It was April. No school, no notice to the school at all. Like, she had the full custody. I was just visiting, seeing the kids over weekends. So the school district starts calling me as a like the second parent, so to speak, right, or the other parent. And like, your kids are not coming to school. It's been 2 weeks. The teacher emailed me, one of my children's, like, I haven't seen your daughter. I hope everything is okay. And I knew it's, was like, I kind of knew, but I didn't anticipate that, she would just stop sending the kids to school. Um, Around the same time, you know, on my Facebook, I'm part of the neighborhood, Facebook group. I was alerted by one of the neighbors. She pinged me saying, "Hey, looks like your this post, is about your wife." At that time, she was still my wife, and didn't a lot of the people didn't know that we were going through a divorce, right? And it was basically, she started playing loud Quran 24/7, volume level 100%. So those same neighbors who were siding with her, thinking that, this woman has been who knows what happened to her, what her husband is doing, they realized they realized what they, that they were wrong. They all, basically contacted me saying, that, like basically telling me that this is what's going on. They didn't realize that I was separated from her, not living with her, and I had no control over what she's doing. What happened is, there were a lot of complaints to HOA and all of the things, and I knew that something is going on. She had cut off all contact with her own family, at that time. I don't know why, but so I was basically fearing for the safety of my children, because I was allowed to see them every 2 weeks on weekends. She did not let me see the kids. Like after that Ramadan started, 2022, something flipped, and I was not allowed to see the kids. I had no contact with my kids. So at that time, I filed another petition with the court. And as you mentioned, it's costly. I I posted on my Facebook how much it cost me, this whole ordeal, which should not have happened. Like it was not my fault. I mean, I didn't do anything to anyway. But that's a besides the point. So I petitioned the court saying, "Hey, my kids are not going to school. They're I don't even know if they're what kind of situation is in the house, because basically she had them locked inside. They were not going anywhere. No friends. She had already not allowed them to make any non-Muslim friends. Because for the fear that those non-Muslim friends would have influence over my kids, get them the kafir ways, because I didn't
Yeah,
let them know
you can't have non-Muslim friends, but let's call the police and use this kafir.
exactly.
That's exactly what I was
Exactly.
talking about. This
Yeah.
this is proof of what I was saying.
Use the US system to your advantage. Use the all of the features that it provides. Use America, the shield that it provides to you, where your own religion provides you zero. I mean, I could have literally said 3 words, you know, and I told this, that I could have just said 3 words and be done with it. I mean, I don't want to put it this way, but like that's what Islam is, and would not have given anything, other than mahar. Mahar is usually nothing. So, but they use the U.S. system to, when it works for them. I mean, and I'm not trying to blame all the Muslims. I'm not. We don't want to, say Muslims do that. I'm just talking about the specific, the situation where you want to use uh, the kafir system when it works for you, but then bash that kafir system when it doesn't work. Like, what kind of hypocrisy is that? Anyway, I won the custody, obviously, because it was not, after 1.5 years when kids didn't go to school. My kids were, in special the program, which is advanced program, like one grade ahead of. So my oldest one was really good with math. My middle one was really good with reading, so she was already ahead, like 2 grades ahead. Because of missing school, their grades literally went down, and they had to go back to the actual grade that they were assigned for the next year. But everything is going superb now. So with that, the court still gives leniency, like the benefit of doubt, so to speak. So they allowed her to come to the courthouse and present her case, which she never did. And eventually, what ended up happening is she got kicked out of the house. Um, I mean, obviously, first I got the kids custody, and then when I got custody of the kids, I petitioned to the court, like, I'm living in a 2 bedroom apartment, with 3 children. I need the house. So it was pretty much a slam dunk, case. So I don't know. That basically that was the end of my ordeal, so to speak. And since then I've been speaking out, and I wanted to come to your show and others, but because of this pending divorce and who knows what, the legality of all different things, I was not sure how much I can talk about it. But whenever I came, I wanted to talk about it. I didn't want to, like, say I can't discuss this. So now that I can talk about it openly, And I decided, hey, this is the best time. This is the right time. I've had my kids for more than a year now. June 2022 was when I won full custody, and they're doing great. So I'm really happy. I'm very you know happy with my life, and even though it was difficult, I think in retrospect, I should have taken the step to come out of my closet earlier, honestly. And that's one of the things that I think, I shouldn't have done. I shouldn't have kept it to myself. So I say all those people, just to all those people who can. I am definitely not talking about people in Pakistan, or in countries where it is really not it is really difficult to speak out. Do not. I say, if I was living, I've told this many times, if I was living in Pakistan, I wouldn't be talking about it, because again, your life, your family, your kids, they come first, always. So your safety should be number one. And but if you can talk about it, I think we should talk about it, and there shouldn't be anybody telling us not to. And if the more people tell me that I should shut up, it actually makes me want to talk more about it. So yeah.
Yeah, totally. And I can see the motivation where it's coming from. Obviously, it's important, and the more people that come out, as there was a comment earlier, the more of us that are able to come out, the better it is for everyone else. Let me see if I can find that comment. Okay, I lost the comment, but some other comments that were interesting that are worth talking about. Then we can end. I saw a clip where Mufti Menk said that over 50% of young Muslims in the UK no longer attend prayers, especially Eid prayers. The youth seem to be liberalizing over time. So we are seeing this movement towards, more and more people leaving Islam. It's actually a really good thing, right? It's also another good comment that you don't need like a whole degree in order to debunk this stuff, right? Excuse me. All you need to do is think without confirmation bias and rationally investigate, right? It's true, because you don't, even if you had, say for example, there was a book on physics, right? And there's this whole big book, but there's like one obvious mistake in it. That obvious mistake, you don't have to be necessarily a professor to know that, right? You can always see that that particular case is wrong. And unfortunately, with a religion that's from God, or fortunately, it's not even the case of, like, human beings will make mistakes. That's understandable. But with God, he can't make mistakes. So even one mistake is enough to say, to throw into doubt the whole thing. Either it's not from God, Muhammad inserted verses, the companions didn't memorize it properly, it wasn't written down properly, the scholars tampered with it. There's a whole line of things that could have gone wrong between when the religion was revealed and where it is now, right?
True. Yeah, yeah. And I think it's all about, yeah, just like, not Delulu mentioned. I get when I was a Quranist, I often got this, like, you're not a scholar. You haven't studied all of the hadiths. All of the they call it exegesis of,
Yeah.
so there's a word that they use, like,
Tafsir? Yeah.
no, there's like, they say science of hadith. There's a
Yeah.
science behind hadith and all of that. You have to study that and to understand. um I'm like, okay, like, I usually would shrug, because I knew that there was growing up in Pakistan, religion is always a part of, like, people around you, and all the different people will give you different things. And I'd grown to kind of like shield myself from that. Like, I don't listen, like, in the way, like, if somebody's telling me you're supposed to do X, Y, and Z because Islam says that, I would not. Usually, I don't argue. I didn't used to argue. I would be like, okay, and then basically just not ignore it at that point, so that I knew that it doesn't really go anywhere, because you can't really. But I think it's important now, with that we talk about it, because it has become. I mean, few people realize how toxic it is, and a lot of people don't, even non-Muslims, even people who are not Muslim, and especially they would be like, okay, why do you want to talk about your previous religion. I've heard that not just from Muslims, of course, they say that, but even from Christians, Christian acquaintances, and like, and I tell them that I will stop. I will stop until when I don't hear um, preachers. I don't hear people preaching. If they want to stop me or others, not talk about leaving religion, then they should stop talking about people getting into the religion, or like s- you know
Dawa.
dawa, or whatever. The Christian, there's in America, like Christian fanaticism is also a big problem. So I see that side too. Like, Jesus is everywhere, literally.
Yeah.
And luckily, I'm not so as a father, I don't tell my children what to think. And I think this is a very popular saying now, that I teach them what to think. And what I don't discuss, religion per se, but they obviously know that I'm an ex-Muslim, and that I'm an atheist. They know that. My older kids understand that. My youngest one, is too little to know, but I want to raise them with a questioning mind. I want to raise them to question everything. And it's funny that, when one day I was telling my kids, to question everything, and then backfired because they were questioning. I was telling them to go to sleep, it's time for bed. They were like, okay, but why, daddy? Why do we need to sleep? Like, I had to go answer, anyway. So like, it's important for parents. I know that a lot of ex-Muslims are single, and that's one of the things I was trying to find other people who were also parents, also had similar. I've found, many fathers and mothers who went through this, this ordeal because of, their apostasy. Yeah. Apostasy, the word, by the way, I was going through, like a lot of agony, like literally a mental breakdown, so to speak, in the early stages, right? So I had to tell my company that I, need to take a break, from, because this is the early on when I was like thrown out of the house. And so my company, it was a big multinational company. They provided also therapy services, like free, to the employees. So a lot of people suggested, I go through therapy. So I was talking to the therapist, and I was telling, it was a video call and chat based system, and I was telling her apostasy, and she was a PhD, you know. Unfortunately, she didn't know what the word apostasy means. It's like so unheard of in the US, right? Like,
Yeah.
like
Archaic, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
like she's like, can you please type what you're saying? Like, yeah, I'm misunderstanding. So I typed, and then she's like, oh, like it was, the reaction was like, really, like that's the reason. And like, anyway. So it's important to talk about it. It's important in especially in the context of Islam, that we talk about it. We need to get Islam, we need to cut the teeth of Islam and get it down to its size, that where it needs to be.
Yeah.
And other religions have, especially with Christianity, they can openly talk about it. We need to literally do the same thing, and it's happening. And the more people come out and speak out, and we're not making stuff. We're just, all we're doing, I mean, all that I've done is just point to what the scholars are saying,
How
what the
dare
books
you,
are saying.
you Islamophobe, quoting from the Quran and quoting from the Hadith, like.
Right. In fact, I've defended, like anti-Muslim bigotry is a thing.
Yeah.
Like I had like, nobody, when I go out, if somebody sees my name, they assume that I'm Muslim. I'll tell you a very funny story, right? I had a colleague who wished me, and I shared this on Facebook too, who wished me in April a Happy New Year. You know, she was a new colleague in the company, and like, Happy New Year. Like at the end of the call, she said, "Hey, Happy New Year." And then the call ended, and I was like trying to process in April, who the heck wishes Happy New Year? Why the heck would you tell me specifically Happy New Year? It turns out it was it was the Islamic New Year. It was a Muharram,
Yeah.
you know. And so the problem is like nobody knows in the US, you don't fill out religion
Yeah.
anywhere on any form, right? But you get assumed to be a Muslim, right? And
Yeah.
same thing, like you get stereotyped, whether it's positive or negative.
Yeah.
You put into the same bucket, just like you were mentioning. You know, we're all Muslims, right? We get thrown into the same bucket, right? Whether it's a good treatment or a bad treatment, right? It's we're gonna get the
Yeah.
same treatment. That so my goal is not to cause any pain to Muslims. You know, I have my relatives who are my parents are still Muslim. You know, a lot of my friends are Muslims. I definitely don't want to cause them pain, but I do not want my right to speak about Islam to be taken away. I mean, I live in a free country and I want to exercise this right. And I think everybody who has this right, everybody should have this right, especially those who have the right, who live in a free society, need to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's important, and especially for those who are living in societies where this is not allowed. So I also speak when I talk about Islam. I also speak sort of on behalf of others who cannot speak, you know. And many times, during my I don't want to call it activism, but like however many times I've been on social media, I got many friends, and they tell me that they cannot even like my post, but they appreciate that I say this because even if they like my post, others may see and judge because they live in Pakistan. Um, so it's important that we at least speak out. Those of us who live in the West or in the free society.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say the funniest thing happened, the most awkward situation is when they assume you're Muslim. They're like, "Oh, should we order the halal food for you? We have halal food here." And you're like, "Oh my God, get me the bacon and pepperoni sandwich and the freaking pint or something." Right? You're like, and they're like assuming you want like this. It hasn't happened to me in a long time, but sometimes, they try to be nice, but like it just makes you uncomfortable, right? Uh,
I'll tell you something really funny. But I think Toronto area especially has a lot of Muslims, and somebody came to visit me from Toronto, and there's this. I think is it Popeye or some
mhm.
restaurant?
Yeah,
There's
four boy.
sells
Yeah, yeah,
food.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We have that. Yeah.
So what happens is they in Toronto area. I've been to Toronto a few times. They're all halal. Every single one you go and you just assumed halal, it's halal. They probably have. So they came to visit me and they were like, okay, let's go. And they saw Popeye, like, oh, we're gonna eat here, chicken, it's really good. And I knew that they were like, and at that time my ex, I was still married, and I knew that she had a problem with halal, like not eating halal. I'd never had any such problem with like halal, non-halal. I always just I still did not eat pork or bacon as a must. When I was still a Quranist, for odd reasons because the Quran forbid it. Go figure it out now. Like why? I can't really justify it now, but like so they ate and I was like, okay, they're eating, and at that time I was like pretty much not a Muslim. I was like, okay, why are they eating this? Like, couldn't understand why the hell are they don't eat anything, that is not halal.
Yeah.
They're eating this Popeye. Later on, I realized that all of the Popeye restaurants, or well, I don't know how they
Popeyes. Popeyes. Yeah.
Popeyes, right? They're all
Yeah.
halal. They assume,
Oh.
coming from China, they assume that this is halal. I mean, Popeyes halal. And then after they were done eating and like savoring I was like, okay, by the way,
You
in
told
the
them?
US, this chain is run by Louisiana. There's a company called Louisiana something chicken. Not halal, by the way, not halal. But tasted the same, I bet, you know.
Why did you
Yeah,
ruin
yeah.
it for them? You should have let them eat it in happiness.
No, I did let them eat. I let them finish, and
Yeah.
like, and then told, yeah, because I was like, seriously, like, okay, go have at it,
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's funny. Okay, so I do have a question I need to ask you, which is about Quranism. Question for Talik: is Quranism the way for Islam to survive or to wither away? And this is reminiscence from Turkey.
So I think I've met a lot of people who eventually leave Islam after becoming Quranist. So I think I look at Quranism, or as a stepping stone, so to speak, toward, yeah, exactly. Hassan Radwan said it, perfectly. It's kind of like you're in a position where you're trying to, like, okay, I am born into this. I call it cult now, but I didn't used to call it cult, but it's a cult. I am born into this cult. Now I need to justify the leadership of this cult, or all of the different things. Now, how do I do? And you say you're basically, what you do is, you find all these problems, because there's plethora of problems in Islam. You find the bulk of the problems are found in hadiths, right? Hadith books. What do? Then the easy route is like, hey, because Quran is so vague, it's not, I mean, it's like going all over the place, and one word's talking about this, other words talking about something else. So it's like really not, it doesn't make any sense to a lot of people. um, they basically say, okay, I'm a Muslim, and I'm gonna be, I don't agree with all these things, because all of these things come from hadiths, right? And they get to, like, um, still call themselves Muslims, but not be aligned with all of these other, the baggage that comes with being a Muslim, like, a lot, even though in Quran, there's still a lot of baggage, like slavery, and um, um, sex with slave women, and all of those things, right? Women rights, the division of property. One of the things that I had really hard time as a Quranist was this thing about division of property. Like when I was like, I had daughters, and I was like, okay, like I was just reading, like, what it says and all that, and I was like, why the hell? And luckily, I mean, I don't know if I should say luckily, but I had, I had only two, I had daughters and not sons, but I was like thinking, if I had a son, then it would be so unjust to divide. Let's say if I, leave something behind, it would be so unjust that I would leave less for my daughter and more for my son, just because, he happens to be a male, right? So that was, all of these things are there. I think it's a stepping stone.
Yeah, totally. So we'll end it off on that. Any last words you want to give before we
No,
end?
I think I really good. I've been looking forward to this, and I'm glad that we were able to do it. So really, and would love to come again someday. So whenever you want to discuss something else, I don't want to bore with my story. Even if we do it again, we can probably talk about some other stuff.
Yeah, yeah, totally. No, it was actually a really interesting story, and it's a good example to highlight how the reality is for ex-Muslims, some of the challenges we have, why we need to talk about Islam, why you had to come out or how you were forced into coming out, the impact on your children. There's so many learning lessons in a story like this. The way of getting out of indoctrination, the reality of Umrah. Like there's so many gems from this like one story that like it's now been 2 hours and 40 minutes and we're still talking. Right. And it's like, I had a feeling it would go to 2 hours, but like it just time went by so fast.
Yeah,
And from that perspective, I do think that, these stories are helpful because also some people, like you said, let's call them white people. The general population doesn't understand that because they're living in more or less a more rational you know, to some extent, a more enlightened society where you leave a religion and you leave a religion. It's like no big deal. There's nobody knows what, like you said, the funniest thing, like what's apostasy? It's like fornication. Oh yeah, he did fornication. What's fornication? Nobody even knows that word is.
Right. Yeah.
You know? So
Exactly. Yeah.
it's been useful. It's been a very, not useful. It's been very enlightening, you
Yeah.
know, educational talk, I think. And there's still so many comments that I started that I wanted to talk about. We're not going to get time now. So definitely next time we can talk about, you know, more topical topics, right?
Sure, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it was a pleasure to be on, here and to share. A lot of my friends know about my story. A lot of my XMNA friends know, but I think this is the first time I'm telling publicly, like at a platform like this. So yeah, it's important that we talk about it. So yeah, it was a pleasure.
Yeah, and thank you everyone for joining, John and Dee, and everyone else as well for, you know, commenting. The comments and the discussion gets this show to more people. So thank you for being active in the chat. It's also fun, you know, chatting while these things are going on. Appreciated all the super chats as well from everyone. If you're not subscribed, I don't know why you're not subscribed. Please subscribe now. This is a new channel. It's no longer new, but it's still my new channel. As Tariq was saying, every time he looks up Abdullah Samir, he gets the old channel. It's like, no, don't go to that channel. I'm not using that one anymore. Friendly Ex-Muslim is a new channel. Yeah, do more live streams. I will be happy to get back into it. I'm honored that this was, you know, Tariq got me back into doing live streams. So for sure, we'll try my best to keep up this. Abdullah Gondal and I are like, you know, every single time we tried to do this, we just couldn't get this happening. But inshallah, we will have some more coming soon. Everyone, thanks for everything, and Tariq for being you were a wonderful guest, and we'll definitely see you again.
Thank
Okay.
you, everyone. Thank you, Abdullah.
In a shockingly honest video, a speaker by the name of Asadullah Ali admits the level of doubt and apostasy among young Muslims is at a record level and has increased over the years. This is your friendly ex-Muslim. Let's get into it. First of all, who is Asadullah? Asadullah is the Islamic name of Kevin, an American who became Muslim many years ago. We have a bit of a history together, so to speak. It's a bit of a long story, but I was introduced to Asadullah by a mutual friend, Eddie. That's the same Eddie of the Deen Show. You see, I was actually a collaborator of Eddie when I was Muslim. I'd done some behind-the-scenes support work for his website and had spoken to him several times before. So when I left Islam, we had a long chat about it, and he decided to send me to an expert friend of his. An expert on what, you might ask? An expert on atheism. So Asadullah recommended I watch his boring ass 6-part video series on understanding atheism, which ironically was more for a Muslim crowd who was having doubts about Islam and trying to keep them in line, not for someone who had already seen that Islam was false and now wanted a reason to believe in it. So of course it didn't help me, but Asadullah decided to keep me around on his friends list. This wasn't exactly a good idea, and Asadullah eventually blocked me after having enough of me. None of this really matters though, except it's a fun story and gives you some context to who he is and how I know him. So let's watch his video.
Over the course of the last couple of years, I've been attending a number of MSAs and youth organizations. And some of the things that the Muslim youth approach me with have not only been shocking, but at the same time enlightening. So I wish to share some of those stories with you, and then we can go into the substance of this lecture. So one of the more shocking things that I have experienced over the course of those years are the number of young boys and girls aged between 13 to 18 who have openly declared their apostasy to me. And I'm talking within the hundreds. Okay? However, at the same time, they have also declared to me that they are hufad, they are hafiz of the Quran. They are leading prayers in the masjid. They are engaged in madrasa. education, okay? And they are still leading that life, while simultaneously declaring their apostasy. Now, of course, they're not open about it, but they've shared it with me because of their concerns. They don't understand why they don't believe. They don't understand why they don't love Islam. They don't understand why they don't believe in God. And there are a number of concerns that they have that they feel have never been addressed. Then among that group are some, believe it or not, who have approached me confused about their sexual identity, concerned that they're not normal because they're attracted to the same sex, or they think they are. Some have also approached me discussing issues of abuse among family members. Some have also approached me discussing issues of sexual abuse, molestation, harassment by their fellow brothers and sisters in faith. And you're probably wondering how I was able to come across all of these stories and why those individuals had confided in me. Well, it has a lot to do with my own past and my ability to connect with these kids, as I was not Muslim before. I reverted to Islam, alhamdulillah. And I'm able to open up to these kids, and I give them a safe space to discuss these issues. But the number of children, teens, and young adults who I've engaged with in the United States who declare themselves to be Muslim openly but are not so, or are confused and do not understand what it means to be Muslim is dramatic and alarming, to say the least. And the first question that comes to mind as to why or how so many of these concerns are brought up, so many of these doubts, the number one question that comes in my mind is, why are they talking to me? Why aren't they talking to their parents? Why aren't they talking to the imams, the sheikh, the scholars? Why are they talking to me? I'm nobody. And then I ask them this question, because I say this, I said, I'm nobody. Okay? I have some knowledge, but I'm compared to these people, I'm nothing. Why are you talking to me? And the same answer, I get the same answer from every single one of them. They're scared to tell their parents. They're scared to tell the imam. They're scared to tell the sheikh. They're scared to tell their scholars. They're scared to be shamed. They're scared no one will understand them. And they feel as though even when they give clues, the first reaction is either anger or isolation. And this is almost across the board. Of course, everyone has differing experiences. Not everyone is the same. But generally speaking, this is the same answers that I've received.
So to summarize, there are hundreds of young men and women who have openly admitted to Asadullah that they are apostates. This includes Muslims who have memorized the Quran, are still leading prayers and involved in madrasa, aka Islamic education. Just imagine that. The imam leading your prayer at your mosque, he might be an apostate. Who knows who else is an apostate? The number of people who are openly Muslim but are not is, and I quote, dramatic and large. Then there are also Muslims who are LGBT, who he says think they are attracted to the same sex. It's pretty funny. Did you ever wonder, am I really attracted to the opposite sex? Maybe I'm not. Give me a break. In regards to the apostasy and the scale of it, Asadullah is not alone here. Sheikh Saeed Rage, Dr. Abu Amina Bilal Phillips, Yasir Qadi, and others have openly acknowledged this. They've used words like tsunami is coming. So this is not a one-off. This is a pattern now. The most important benefit from the growing number of apostates is that dissent will become normalized. This is one of the most important goals of the ex-Muslim movement, to normalize apostasy, to allow freedom of religion. Islam stands alone in that many Muslims still preach that the punishment for apostasy is death in an Islamic state. Clowns like Ali Dawa squawk, we're proud of that! And he's not alone. It's very much agreed by Muslims that this applies to this day. if the correct conditions are there, aka Islamic State, alongside jihad and slavery. Lastly, Asadullah got quite angry at my tweet about him deleting his video. I mistakenly assumed he took it down because he regretted posting it because of the content. He wrote a long, scathing post on Facebook accusing me of stalking his page, which is actually quite funny. The reason I heard about this video is because I have people who regularly watch such content and ask me to respond to it. I mean, he should know that. He's in the same situation. People send him my videos all the time. He doesn't stalk my page. This is exactly what happened. A friend of mine who still watches Asadullah saw the video and notified me that it was worth discussing. Asadullah accused me of capitalizing on trauma because the video was actually about mending relationships between children and the elders, and apparently I didn't care about that. I am going to say I will give credit to Asadullah here. He's doing a good thing, to be honest. I don't want to hear more stories of Muslims kicked out of their homes or ostracized or even abused over leaving Islam. If he can normalize the questioning and doubt, if he can bring about better relationships between Muslim children, or at least contribute to this, if he can contribute to the Muslim community having better relationships between children and their parents, that's a good thing. I don't particularly believe that this will stop the tsunami, but at the end of the day, I do support his goal of parents having a better understanding of the Western Muslim child's mindset. This is a lofty goal. While he wants them to remain Muslims, and I don't particularly care if they do, and probably prefer if they don't, we can all agree that having better parent-child relationships are important for a society. If anything, this issue is about to get a whole lot bigger. Unless more people openly speak about apostasy in the community, the gap is going to get worse. Asadullah did a good thing here being honest about it, and I hope more people do the same. What I care about is not whether people leave Islam or not, although I do think it's probably a good thing if they do, because Islam is false and it's a mental slavery to someone else's false ideas. But really, the point is, we can help people to live the life they want. Living a double life comes at a price. It sucks the life out of you. So this is reassuring. This means that our work is not done, but we're doing something right. We have to continue fighting as change is happening. Sea level change is coming. Maybe not within our lives, but it's happening. We are fighting for people's rights to live their life the way they want to. There's nothing more important than freeing people from these shackles, because piece by piece, society will improve. We need to help people to leave behind the God that Muhammad invented for his own personal benefit. Thanks for watching. If you like this content, consider joining me on Patreon to help me to make more such videos. This is Abdullah Samir signing out.
Dean, and on today's live stream, I'll be taking calls from ex-Muslims and non-practicing Muslims. If you would like to join as a caller, right now the queue is already full, but for the next live stream, keep an eye out for the next live stream on the channel and join in the live chat 30 minutes before the stream. I share a link for you to join 30 minutes ahead. But for today, thankfully, we have 8 or 9 callers queued up already, so we'll try to get to as many of them as possible. If you couldn't make it in for a call today, rest assured you can join the next time, and I hope that you can follow along while we listen to these callers. So yeah, the topic today is, there's no specific topic, but I'm opening the floor for people who either don't practice Islam but are in a Muslim community or from a Muslim background, or those who have left Islam. If you want to talk and share your thoughts, this is the space to do it. So without further ado, let's start with the first caller, Anna. Anna, how's it going?
Hey, is my mic working?
Yep, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah. Okay, great.
All right, so yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're calling today.
Okay, so well, I think I'm an ex-Muslim. I prefer the term barely a Muslim or almost a Muslim because I think ex-Muslim is quite a heavy term. Being in our communities, kind of scary. But I think ever since I was a kid, I've questioned Islam. I've always questioned the fact that non-Muslims are going to hell, which is kind of extreme just for not believing. I've always asked my family members and scholars. They never really give a good explanation. They say God knows, or God decides what they want to do with non-Muslims. Who are we to say what God's going to do with them? And I'm just like, that still that doesn't answer my question. Why would a merciful God destroy or eternally damn people who don't believe in Him? Even if, but then people say things that contradict the Quran, like that maybe most of the people are going to go to heaven because half of them don't know about Islam. But then why don't half of them know about Islam if it's an eternal truth?
Mhm. So
Uh,
you've been asking these
prob-
questions since a young age, you say?
yeah, since I was like 11 or 12, and at 20, I think I left Islam. I called myself an ex-Muslim, but I think that was for emotional reasons. Because back then I was quite angry at God because why is there so much suffering in the world? You know, um, like if you look around, there's more suffering than um, peace or good stuff. You know, so many kids are dying, and it's pretty awful. And that really made me question why your loving God would test you with that. I mean, it's and then if you don't believe in God after that, you're damned to hell. So the test is for nothing. But now I think, and then I think I went back onto Islam because I watched one of Hamza Tawaritz's um, lectures against that one atheist, and he spoke about the Quran being a revelation and having miracles in it, which made me think, wait, if that's these miracles sound true, so the Quran must be true, so Islam must be true. So I kind of put all the emotional baggage, I kind of just ignored that. But then more recently in Ramadan, those questions about why the suffering exists or why a merciful God would eternally damn people who don't believe in Him still lingered in my mind. So this Ramadan, I think towards the end, kind of just clicked. This can't be true, you know. It's just a huge contradiction. I think that's the thing that made me question everything else. But I think if it wasn't for that belief that if it wasn't for that contradiction, I'd believe everything else, regardless of how brutal and awful it is. Because if A is true, if Islam is true, then all that scary stuff is true as well, and you can't really do anything about a dictator. So you'd have to follow it regardless. But since the contradiction doesn't make sense, if God is like a mother, which is the root word ar-Rahman, I believe, like the womb.
The merciful?
Yes, if God is the most merciful, like a mother would not damn its child to hell, the child to hell just because, or destroy or torture a child just because the child is being aggressive towards the mother. You know, you see that kids rebel, the parents still love them
And
most of the time.
it's interesting that you phrase it that way, aggressive towards the mother. That's not even a fitting analogy, right? Because if all disbelievers don't actually believe in Allah, and then they're aggressive towards him, they just dismiss him because he's just one of many interpretations of God.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. It sounds more like a narcissistic God that wants all the attention, which it just doesn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. And
so I
how
guess
did it feel to finally admit that during Ramadan or realize that during Ramadan?
I think Ramadan is the most difficult time to do it because then you're fasting for no reason. I didn't even eat in private because it felt too scary. I think there's still a cognitive dissonance. Now I'm on the other side. Before it was I only half believe it, but now I don't believe it at all. And I still fasted, and it was a really weird experience. I guess the biggest thing is not disappointing my family. I don't want them to. I think they'd be I think they'd be judgmental. I don't know if they'd hate me for it, but they'd be they'd think that who am I to say that I'm an ex-Muslim and I'm barely educated.
So that's something that you mentioned to me earlier
Yes.
before you joined. This fear that you're not worthy of disbelieving in Islam, or you don't know enough to qualify as someone who can say, I don't believe in Islam. And I think that's very unfair because, as you know, if someone were to say, I believe in Islam, it seems like an interesting religion, they're celebrated. You know, they're, mashallah, subhanallah, you know, one new person joined Islam. But when it comes to people not believing in Islam, forget about being a critic, just not believing in Islam, you have to qualify that with so much research and studying, and you have to answer the question, do you think you're smarter than all the people who believe in Islam? Which is not necessarily a measure of, you know, believing is not a measure of intelligence. So smart people can believe in very superstitious and very unprovable things, and sometimes even very silly things. You know, smart people join cults all the time. So it's not really an indication of anything. So don't let that deter you, that question of, am I smarter than every Muslim to ever exist?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's true. I see that. But are the people around me going to believe it? I've got some close friends who are Muslim, and I think if I told them, I think they're kind of immature and they haven't really seen the real world. So if they found out I was non-Muslim, I think they'd be devastated. They'd be scared, you know, and I don't blame them for it. Um, Sorry, I think I keep jumping from topic to topic, but I'll try to keep on what you're saying.
No, I hear where you're coming from, that you're worried about what people around you are going to think and how they're going to feel. And that's understandable. But it's important to remember or think about how you feel and what you think of yourself. It's one thing to acknowledge their feelings about it, but it's another to let it affect how you feel about yourself. So because that might be the reaction, do you think that affects how you view yourself?
Um, I don't think so. I think it's their experiences. I feel like if I showed them the Islam I see, probably change their perspective because it seems like I know more than a lot of my friends. Often I bring up things like Sufism or so some people don't even know that the Prophet married a child, or if they do, they try to justify it, which I understand as well because at one point I tried to do that as well because if you believe Islam is true, then you're going to try to justify everything. Um, it doesn't
Yeah.
change my perspective of me. It changes my perspective of them or how I interact with them.
So how does it change how you interact with them?
Um, Probably keep secrets or keep my theological discussions or ideas to myself. Or if I do bring it up, I notice that they're not aggressive towards it, but they're shocked by what I say. You know, like how could you say that? You know, that's not Islamic, or the Quran says the complete opposite of that. And I'm just like, it kind of gives me an indicator of what I can and can't say. So I can't really be myself necessarily. I can be part of myself, the Muslim side of me, you know, the fake Muslim side of me, but I don't think I'd be able to live with them or be their friends forever unless they're more accepting towards me.
Mhm. That's a very difficult position to be in. Did you get any relief at all from not from realizing that you don't believe anymore, or from that admission to yourself that you don't believe?
I think it's so freeing. It's I can do what I want now, or um I can talk to people and not feel an anonymity towards them. Like I don't think all the non-Muslims are going to hell, or I don't worry about them. I think when I was 13 and I found out people don't believe in God, I was just devastated. You know, I was like, these people, they're like the polytheists, and they're all going to burn in hell forever. But to know that's not true, I can build a connection with people who aren't Muslims, and I think that's very freeing. I can also just relax in my conversations and my relationships with other people. I don't know if I'd ever drink. I'm not too sure. But it opens up that avenue. I don't think it would be the best to do certain things because of family and culture, because that plays a part in my life too, and I think that should be considered. But the religion is no longer the restriction.
Mhm. I mean, it's some people they like to do everything that their religion disallowed them from doing as soon as they leave, but that's not healthy or productive. You need to find
Yeah,
what you really wanted to do, what won't hurt you, that religion was holding you back from, that kind of thing. Then you're more than welcome to start doing. But yeah, it's important to remind ourselves that we don't have to just do everything that we weren't allowed to do just to prove a point, for example.
yeah. It's like the prohibition of alcohol. I mean, I can see why I can see why it would be haram, because it can have quite an impact on many people, even if it has even if one person becomes an alcoholic and they impact their family negatively, that
Hmm.
I think that can influence society. But then I think even the Quran says that sometimes it's that there's some good in alcohol, but there's mostly bad, so don't drink it. Um, but I think the fact that it completely prohibits something that could be balanced, that makes people more tempted to do the thing, you know. Yeah, the more restrictions there are on something, the more people are likely to do the thing. I don't have any research for that, but I've heard that people say that.
What I know from anecdotal experience is that um, Muslims, when they're allowed to drink alcohol by the local laws, or like if they go somewhere where Islam is not the driving force in people's behavior, many of them do try to drink and they go overboard because they haven't tried to drink it in a more healthy way, I guess, if there's a healthy way to consume it. So some people go overboard just because of the restrictions that they grew up with. So it's important, whether you believe in Islam or not, to be careful with that kind of thing and don't just do it just because you have the freedom to.
Yeah, I think everything's about moderation. People say Islam is a very moderate religion, but I don't actually believe that, because if you look at all the restrictions, it's not very moderate to um, kill someone or like stone them to death if they caught cheating. I mean, I think that's an abhorrent thing to do, you know, cheat on your partner. But then there's no space for rehabilitation.
And it's always
So it's
framed
not
as
very
just
moderate,
the
really.
cheating scenario, but people can be lashed and stoned for consensual, non-cheating extramarital relationships. It's not just the cheating
Yeah,
scenario. That's the easiest one for them to justify is, bring the villain and say the villain deserves to be lashed or stoned, don't they? But there are situations where you're not hurting anyone by consensually having intercourse with someone else.
um, regarding that, I think I'm changing my views on it slowly. But the points I have regarding that is, what if someone has a child outside of marriage, and it would impact the child, and it would impact the mother and the mother's family, and because they're not bound together, which, you know, I think marriage can itself has many problems. Um, do you think that could cause an issue within society with children being born out of wedlock?
Uh, it can, of course, but it's hard to quantify. It's a one unidimensional way of looking at it by thinking that if we stone or lash or punish the people who have extramarital sex, that's gonna solve the child out of wedlock problem. But then it might cause way many more problems, and the amount of dysfunctional families that are together because
Yeah.
it's taboo to separate because of Islam, that's also another kind of harm. So it's difficult to just isolate it to one aspect and say, if we did this, it'll fix society, when it's hurting society in other ways as well.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think even as I came out, I have some rigid thoughts about society. I think in a very idealistic way about society, but now I'm realizing that it doesn't really work like that. You know, um, it's not as simple as that. It's like LGBT stuff. I'm bisexual, so but then I think male homosexuality. I learned that um, homosexual intercourse is the most dangerous. I thought, hey, that's it. That's why Islam and religions prohibit it. But we live in a society where we've got a lot more security. Um, we've got protection. We've got medication to deal with it. So morality should advance with the time. And I used to say, okay, what if society, what if our civilization breaks down? Then we're not going to have things we need. But then I think we can adapt to that.
Yeah, and why should we live as if we still live in the desert with no technology or medicine or anything? You know, why should we have to contort the situation so that Islam would apply properly? You know, why doesn't Islam apply to the situation we're currently living in?
Yeah. So there's something else I wanted to talk about. Um,
Mhm.
so I for a few years I've been quite interested in near-death experiences. Near-death
Mhm.
experiences are, and this has changed my framework of spirituality in life. Near-death experiences are when people are confirmed dead by the doctors, and then they revived. But during that time, they have an experience that could be considered quite spiritual. Now we can say it's thing in the brain. It's chemicals in the brain, or we can say it's a spiritual experience. But the uh, the experience happens. You know, there's evidence to suggest that that definitely happens, and there's a lot of research done on that. Um, and in that experience, people say that they have a life review. They experience ultimate peace and security, and they leave their bodies. So they see their bodies from outside. So they see their bodies from outside their body. Um, what else did they say? So there's life reviews. Uh, the life
So
reviews themselves
what
are really
does
interesting. Correct.
what does knowing about these experiences, how does that change your outlook on life, or how does it affect the way you view life?
Well, it I guess it shows there's something more than what's here on earth. Or there is spirituality, there is a soul, and there is a God. But the people who have these experiences describe this God as not the Abrahamic God, just like the all-encompassing, loving God, or a source, or a
But
light.
how
Um,
does I can sort of see how that could make you think that there might be a soul, right? If people are
yeah.
reporting that their soul exited their body and observed their body, which I'm very skeptical about. But if we say that you know that's what people are reporting, maybe you can deduce that there is a non-tangible, you know, soul. But how does that mean? Therefore, there's a God.
Um, Well, it means there's probably something more than this material. I guess if people describe it. People say that they come into contact with um, ultimate mercy, or they are bathing in absolute love, which is a bit like what people experience when they have drugs. But um, on this on the scale developed in this research, people say that this feels real, more real than real. What was the question again?
Yeah. How do you link the presence of a soul or something beyond the physical or material to therefore there's a God?
Um, what's your understanding of God?
I don't really have an understanding of God. I don't believe in God. So I'm trying to understand what you mean by that God that you now might be inclined to believe in because of out of body experiences.
I guess just the source of all things, the thing that started it all. Um, and I think the theology or the near-death experience framework is really complicated in that regard. With so people kind of aware that the source that they're looking at, the thing they're looking at is the creator. They just know because of how the soul works. Um, hmm,
I
how
don't
does it
think I don't know if I
connect?
understand that. So you're saying people just know it's God because some people have out of body experiences?
Um, okay, so in these experiences, people, a lot of people describe that it's when their soul is out of their body, they don't experience things like they are when they are in their body. They uh, they experience things as if they're real, that they're more real than real, and they can sense things without the other person saying that the other soul or the environment um, without them speaking it. So it's like a transmission of information. People often use the word that the information is downloaded into their brain, and I think that's because
So let's sorry to interrupt. I just want to try to help you get to the link here. So you're saying that some people might have some sort of clairvoyance or communication. How do you know that that is God?
hmm, hmm, hmm.
Because it sounds to me that just the presence of the unseen realm or or something indicating that there's something beyond the unseen is automatically wired in our brains to think, therefore, God. But there's no link between that and the idea of a central sort of God.
Okay, yeah, I see that. I think the reports, based on the reports, people have said that they have come into contact with the source. They don't really like using the word God, but that's what I'm basing this off. I'm basing it off what other people have said because I've never experienced that. So, and then people say that they experience their own, like they might see Jesus or Buddha or Krishna, the Hindu god. So it's not really based in religious teachings. It's more in people's own perception. Or like they give a name to it. I'm not too sure. I guess it's possible that the afterlife doesn't necessarily mean there is a God, but based on people's reports, people say that there is a source.
Hmm. And is that compelling to you? Is that making you feel like maybe they're onto something?
Yeah, because this God isn't, this source isn't like the God described in the Abrahamic religions or in any religion. In fact, a lot of these people say that they've reincarnated, that reincarnation is real, which is completely against Islam and the Abrahamic religions. Um, and I think the criteria for it is compelling. One interesting piece of evidence is people who were born blind, who are blind from birth, they can describe the room around them in vivid detail when they've had a near-death experience, which suggests that the soul has left the body and they can sense what is around them. Um, hmm. And there's some arguments against that, but if you look into it, the arguments don't really hold very well because the arguments themselves don't have evidence. Um, and I think
So
that's
why is it
compelling
that
enough for me to believe it.
it's compelling enough for you to believe? Okay, but you're just saying that it doesn't really hold much truth. But the question that I have is, why are you compelled to believe in something? It sounds like you're replacing Islam with something else, and you're just trying to figure out what. Is that correct?
Yeah. Um,
But
yeah,
you're
because
not
I
using any
think
different methodology. Like you're not. It sounds like it's very similar to the way that people would believe in Islam.
um, I'd say that the research done on this, there's about 15% of people who experience near-death experiences. It seems more tangible and more less contradictory than Islam or all the religions. And I think um, there's more research on it. I've got some sources. So it would Raymond Moody is the person who first conceptualized it, and these experiences have been found throughout history. The only reason they're more apparent now is because we have a lot more medical advancements that can help people, um, that can revive people. There's also Bruce Grayson, who's um, created a Grayson scale. Also, this is like this isn't this research is actually on journals, so it's not some random website. Um,
So does
it's
the
a verified research.
does the belief in these things, does it bring you peace or does it improve your life in some way?
Yes, greatly, greatly. I think I want this to be true. So there's enough evidence that there's enough to say that it could be true, and I really want it to be true. This is like the emotional part of it because um, uh, because it shows that this life is for nothing, or the suffering is for nothing. No, the suffering is not for nothing. People say that they come to this life to experience the suffering for an experience, which is very different from a test. So it's and then that makes me feel more secure in the suffering that I experienced. And people who've experienced severe suffering, and there's evidence for this, like in newspapers, and it's verifiable. And they've had near-death experiences, and they say that the suffering that they've experienced uh, is kind of harsh. The human hates it, but the soul does it to expand the soul.
Mhm.
It doesn't make much sense, but it's comforting enough for me. It's more comforting than the idea that this life is a test and God doesn't. Hmm.
Well, what if it's neither? I mean, if there is such a thing as a soul or, stuff that are beyond what is seen, how does that fill purpose or meaning in any way? Or how does that mean anything different than the test narrative?
Um, because I know, okay, because I know that. Sorry, just a second. How does that the test narrative? Because I know there's more of there's more of a loving source above, and it's more of an experience. It's more like learning rather than it being a test. So if I make a wrong move, it's more like, okay, let's guide you to the right thing, or it's more like working to working towards the best self rather than if you do something wrong, you're going to get punished forever. It's more of a growth experience rather than um, uh, walking around eggshells.
Hmm. Well, I don't want to take away from your piece, and I don't want to try to disprove your theory about life, but I just want to remind you that it doesn't have to either be torture and hellfire and testing or something else. Like there's that in between, which is we don't know why we're here. We're just animals, and we're trying to figure it out. That way, I mean, it doesn't really give you a neat way to deal with suffering, but it's not necessarily the whole testing and torture narrative.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Um, that's good. That's what I wanted to share with you. Because it's the biggest thing in my life, and I've transitioned from Islam to uh, this idea. But there's a lot of research on it, so if anyone's interested, they could probably look up Raymond Moody and Bruce Grayson. Uh, okay. Yeah.
No, I appreciate you sharing. I know that there are many people watching right now who are curious about that topic. I am curious in the sense that I would like to see if there's any evidence to it, but it hasn't. I don't have a need for it necessarily, so I haven't really delved into it personally.
That
But I
makes sense.
appreciate you sharing it anyway.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad I got to talk to you. You're awesome.
Thank you so much, and thanks again for calling. And I hope you have a great rest of your day.
You too. Bye.
Bye bye. All right. Thanks again to the caller for joining. My cat has been walking all over the keyboard and mouse and me. I don't know if you guys noticed him jumping on my shoulder. So if anything weird happened on the stream, that's him. That's his fault. He's right here. You want to say hi to everyone? He says hi. He has no choice. Hi. Okay. So taking the next caller. For those asking how to participate, for the next live stream, just join 30 minutes in advance, and I share the link to join in the live chat because we have a lot of people who want to join. So we've already got a bunch of people lined up today. But stick around, listen to other people telling their stories, and I appreciate you being here anyway. All right, the next caller, Sophia. I hope you're ready because I'm adding you now. Hey, Sophia, can you hear me? You are currently muted, by the way.
Oh, yes. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, sorry, I had the mic. Say something again?
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, nice to meet you, Sophia. Tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're calling today.
Okay, so I think, yeah, you and I, we talked on like the one-on-one sessions. So, like, if you remember me at all, but
I do,
I guess just to summarize, I'm an ex-convert to Islam. I kind of was like researching in like January of this year, which was like the second semester of my freshman year of college. So there was a lot of like trying to like me trying to like form my own ideas as to like what I believe in and just like trying to find my sense of self in general. And I feel like that part of me was kind of like taken advantage of when I like converted, I guess, like when I was like, first going into the mosque and like meeting other like girls and stuff. Like the second that they learned that I wanted to convert, they were just so like it just felt so overwhelming, the support. Like it felt a little like love bombing, if that makes sense. Like it was so much like support and love, and like it felt like weird, but of course I loved it because I'd never had anything like that before. Like I've never had an entire group of people rally around me to like support me in something before like this. So I was eating it up. Like I loved it. But of course, I feel like that all started to die down. I converted like pretty quickly into the process of like researching Islam. I mean, you might be aware of like the idea of like trying to get converts in as quickly as possible because like, oh, what if you die before you can become Muslim? You need to, I guess, save your soul, whatever, before you die, so that like, whatever, you can get to Jannah or whatever. So I feel like that gets a lot of converts in, but it's like the second you want to leave, then it's like, oh, but are you sure? Like, you probably just don't know enough. Like, blah, 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 blah. Like, now all of a sudden I don't know enough, but the second that somebody, like, expresses an interest to convert, it's, oh my god, mashallah, sister. Like, oh my god, you're so amazing. Like, subhanallah. Like, it's just such an overwhelming experience that I'd never gotten before. And yeah, it was just really weird.
When did you first notice that? So you're no longer a Muslim. You converted and then you left. But when did it click that people are behaving differently towards you because you're a convert?
I feel like I had this little voice in my head that was like telling me like, are you sure that they're being nice to you just out of the goodness of their hearts? and not just so they can get brownie points with God. Like, 'cause I feel like in the beginning, like a few days after, like, I had been kind of going to like iftars and stuff like that before, like it was during Ramadan, so like, everyone's getting together, it's a whole thing. And I remember like there were these girls that they gifted me like an abaya and like a box of baked goods and stuff, and I was like, oh my god, you guys are so sweet. And like they continued to get me like more gifts after that, and I was like, is this normal? Like, is this a normal occurrence? Like, I don't know. Like, it felt nice, but I was still like a little suspicious from the beginning.
Hmm. And did that suspicion play a role in you leaving Islam at all?
I definitely feel like it did. It, I don't know. Like, I remember like thinking, oh my god, like, these girls are some of the nicest people I've ever met because they're giving me gifts and they're, doing all these things and they're acting so kindly towards me. But like that, but of course, that voice in the back of my head was like, they doing this just to, yeah, like I said before, get brownie points with God, to like, get some sort of reward at the end, some sort of moral dessert, and not because like, they're a good person. Like, I feel like that's a lot of like religious people. Like, they just do good things because they think that they'll get to heaven if they do it. And like, I feel like I was constantly thinking to myself, is that what this is? Now I think like, yeah, it just might be. Because like, I don't know, it felt like kind of like fake niceness, not like fake fake. I mean, I feel like they genuinely did think that they were helping me and that, they were doing the best that they could to like welcome me in with what they knew, because like most of them were born Muslims, so it's just all they know. They think it's the right path. They think that they think that they're doing the right thing, so I don't really blame them partially. But yeah, it was just very sus overall. So, yeah.
I was just going to ask you about that because some people might misunderstand. Like they'd listen to you talk about this and they have this narrative that Muslims are trained in a certain way to invite converts and it's all some sort of deceptive training, or something malicious. But as you explained, a lot of them probably thought that they're going to get good deeds for themselves, maybe, or even for you, that they're helping save a soul or something. Kind of like how, Christians invite people to their religion. It's the same sort of thing that happens. But it is still, whether they have good intentions or not, it's important that you're doing what you're doing, which is pointing it out to other people who might be experiencing the same thing. I guess it's sort of a warning or a wake-up call that all this love that you're receiving from the new group that you just joined, it's not how it's always going to be, and that's part. It's not necessarily because they love you as an amazing person that much. It's just they love the idea of you that much.
Yeah, like they love the idea of a white girl coming into the masjid to, think about converting to their religion. Like they eat that shit up. So yeah, it felt like I was a trophy. Like, I was the prized possession of the Muslim community at my college for like a little bit. Because like everybody was so supportive of me, and like, they had my, like, I remember I set a date to like take my shahada, and they like, they were like talking about it like every day in like group chats and stuff. And they were like, oh my god, like 3 more days and until she takes her shahada. And it was, I don't know, like I felt like I was excited, but I also kind of felt like I wasn't. Like I also was kind of thinking like, do I really want to like make this sort of like lifelong commitment? Like, do I really believe in this? And then part of me was saying yes, but then the larger part of me was saying no. And I was like, if you're wrong, you're gonna go to hell, but that's like in every religion. You're going to hell in every religion. So, what, like, so why are you fearing this one specifically? I feel like it was the whole, like, oh, Islam is the truth. And I remember, like, seeing this girl, this, like, convert girl on Instagram who was doing, like, a series during Ramadan where she was talking about all the scientific miracles of Islam. And I was like, oh, but what about those? Nah, man, nah, it's not real. Like, you can say that all you want, but you're not gonna change facts.
I'm curious to know, how did your interactions with all the people who surrounded you with love, how did they change when you left Islam?
So, I do have one specific interaction. So basically, I haven't told like 99% of my Muslim friends yet. They're just gonna have to find out when they find out. But I did talk to one of my Muslim friends because like we were just talking like, oh yeah, how's your summer going? Like blah 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 blah. And then she just goes like, how's the Islamic journey going? And I was like, oh, so about that. And then I went into this like I basically just kind of laid it out for her. Like, in summary, I just don't believe anymore. And again, like, I'm not trying to attack you for believing. I'm not trying to say, oh, what you believe is wrong. Like, I'm just saying this is not what I believe in anymore. And I've kind of lost faith. And, that's just how it is. And I don't think I'm ever gonna, like, come back to Islam. But, like, she sounded like she was, like, supportive of me, but there was always this underlying tone of, like, "Oh, if you ever wanna, say your shahada again, you can. Doors always open," like, kind of subtly trying to get me to, like, reconvert, And that kinda made me feel icky.
Well, I suppose, what could she say differently? Or what could she do differently? Would you expect her to not mention anything about the Shahada? Would you prefer that?
Yeah, I would've, like, I mean, in a perfect world, maybe she would have said, "That's fine. I respect your decision. Like, we can still be friends." Blah, blah, blah. Like, not necessarily trying to re-invite me to join the religion, like, just respecting my decision. Like I said, I remember I said, like, I'm not coming back. Like, I'm, like, this is a decision that I've made on my own, and I don't think that I will ever really be Muslim again at any point in my life. And I
Mhm.
think I did point out, like, a couple of things that, like, made me doubt. And of course, I didn't, try to attack her or anything, like, oh, you believe X, Y, and Z, or like, whatever. But I did kind of bring up some things that made me, like, have doubts. Those two main things being, like, Islam's view on homosexuality and Islam's view on music. Or, like, it's complicated, but, like, a lot of people believe that music is haram and you shouldn't listen to it. And, like, that was really hard for me to deal with because I love music. I love listening to music. Like, I listen to Spotify every day. It's always been a part of my life, and I think that life without it would just be worse. And I'd be putting myself through pain by not listening to it for literally no reason. So, yeah, I was like, I can't reconcile with the fact that a lot of people think that, music is forbidden in Islam. Like, oh, no wonder, this high control religion forbids music, which often encourages free thinking and, thinking
Well,
for
I
yourself.
want to ask you something. So
Yeah.
some people might think this, especially believers might hear this and think, that is so silly. How would you leave religion because of wanting to listen to music and so on? So my question would be, if you actually believed in Allah you know, like you somehow were absolutely convinced, or you really, really believed, and you thought Allah said, don't listen to music, even though you like music, would you do it then?
I mean, maybe if I was in it for longer, maybe. Like if I
Well,
had been around for
assuming you
longer.
actually believe, you know, like you really believe, and
Okay.
you genuinely believe that Islam is the truth and Allah is real, and Allah is telling you don't listen to music or else you might be punished. Would you stop listening to music then, despite you liking music?
That's so difficult. Oh my God. I mean, I feel like if I genuinely believed, I feel like I would have genuinely tried to maybe like, slowly like stop listening to music. Like, over the course of like, days and weeks, I would try and listen to like less and less until it got to like little to none. But I always like held on to the notion, like I always heard people say, like Islam is perfect, humans are not. So I was always like, well, humans aren't perfect, we're gonna sin a little bit. And I was like kind of like the Islam I was following was like the notion that Islam's a religion of peace and Allah is all forgiving and all loving and all that. Like, I was kind of being fed like, the rose-colored glasses version that like, the sisters were telling me so that, it would seem more appealing to me. But like whenever we would read the Quran in like group settings, we'd always like all the chapters were all about punishment and like hell, and that scared the ever-loving crap out of me. And I feel like that was kind of like the final straw. I was like, okay, like once I'm out of this, like, I no longer have to worry about this. Like, yeah, again, like that was like the main thing for me. Why would an all-loving God have a hell in the first place? Or just send people that don't worship him to hell?
Yeah, you'd be surprised, or maybe you wouldn't be, the amount of people that I've spoken to recently, especially during the one-on-one sessions, who told me that they they either converted or barely converted or wanted to convert just because of the fear of hell. Like they didn't actually believe in Islam. They were just worried, what if it's true? And I've been thinking about it for a while. In what other scenario does someone provide evidence or proof or compelling arguments and also couple them with threats? Like imagine going to a judge to try to make your case, say it's a land dispute, and you show them the deed to the land, and you also have guns with you, and you say, if you don't rule in my favor, I'm going to shoot everyone here. You might be right legally, you might own the land truly, but why would you use threats to make your point? Unless you need the threats. So that always struck me as weird. Why is Allah, like you mentioned in almost every verse, mention of torture and hell and fear? Why can't he make a point without using fear tactics?
Yeah. Yeah, it always seemed ironic to me that like before every chapter of the Quran, it's always Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, which is literally in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Okay, but he's going to talk about hell and how if you don't worship him, you're going to hell, and how, if your family doesn't believe, they're all going to go to hell, and how, you need to believe you're going to go to hell, 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 fire, fire, fire. Like,
Hmm. But that seems to work a lot more effectively on people who grew up believing in it, or have a lot more, at stake, or maybe learned it in a more vulnerable place in their life. But I suppose if someone converts to Islam, it's easier for them to shed that fear because you don't have as big of an attachment to Islam to begin with. Or what was it
it
that way
was
for
easy.
you, or do you still have some latent fear, of what if hell is real, or what if Islam is true?
I feel like it was easier for me to deconstruct my beliefs just because, like, my whole life, I haven't really been incredibly religious. Like, I was raised Catholic, but even then, we weren't, like, too religious. Like, I did, like, First Communion, and I went to CCD classes, and we went to church, like, Easter, Christmas Eve, but that was it. Like, we weren't super duper religious. And I always kind of had that seed of doubt in my mind, like, I don't know if this is real or not. So, I kind of like declared myself like atheist agnostic when I was maybe in middle school. Like, that was really when I was like, I don't believe in this anymore. So it's like for like most of my life, I wasn't really like so hardcore like believing in a god. So I feel like it was easier for me to leave because, I had that foundation of not believing before, or just questioning, and I trusted my gut. I trusted my intuition at the end of the day when I said, this isn't right. And I regret not leaving sooner, even though I'm glad I got out of it sooner than, maybe a few more months down the line. Like, when you look at it, when you look at the big picture, I was only Muslim for like a month. Really not a long time. So, like, it was such an ebb and flow. Like, it was a really weird time in my life.
So, what lessons have you learned from that entire experience that you can apply going forward in your life?
I've learned to not trust people as easily. Like, I feel like that was hard because throughout like middle school and high school, I didn't really have a close group of friends I could lean on. And like, maybe I had like a few friends here and there, but none of them considered me like their best friends. Like, they wouldn't invite me to do things with them, and I always kind of felt excluded. So the one time that I finally got, this big group of friends rallying around me to support me, I was like, yes, I finally found my people. Like, we're gonna be friends for life or whatever. But like, I feel like now I just need to realize that, like, people, of course, people aren't always what they seem, but of course, not to, always assume the worst, but, just take everything with a grain of salt. And also, like, there's no stress to figure out, like, to have some sort of, like, set truth figured out in terms of, like, your religious beliefs. Like, I'm still trying to figure out my beliefs. Like, I'm not gonna say that I don't necessarily believe in anything, but I don't want to pretend like I have all the answers. And I don't want to pretend like, some fucking men from like the 7th century had it all figured out. Like, I don't want to, pretend like I can have all the answers, because this world is too big for us humans to have all the answers. And, like, yeah, like, I have plenty of time to, like, figure things out, and I'm not gonna figure out the meaning of the world or what's out there until I die, and I'm completely fine with that. Like, yeah, like, it's just, it is what it is, and yeah.
Yeah, that is one shock that many people who grow up with a certain belief, they struggle with, because I don't think you had a specific idea about the purpose of our existence and the world and all that kind of stuff. You started adopting it when you joined Islam, but it was only for a short time. But if someone grew up with it and lived with it their entire life and they don't have it anymore, it can look like such a bleak world, with no purpose and no meaning and all that kind of stuff. But it sounds like you're coping with it pretty well. So what words of advice would you have for someone who's struggling to accept that meaning that they thought was real is not real?
I think, like, just, it's gonna be okay. Take a deep breath. You don't need to have everything figured out, because we're all human at the end of the day. We are all, like, it's safe to say that none of us have this figured out. And, like, trying to live a life based off of what, like, a God, like, wants you to do is just, I don't know, like, it's very restrictive and it's not healthy. Like, I realized just how much I was, like, restricting myself when I was, like, in Islam, even just like little things like that seem like superficial. Like I was like not eating bacon anymore, which doesn't seem like that big of a deal. Like tastes so good. If pork haram, then why bacon good? That's what I say. But yeah, it was just those little things that I was like, why though? And like, yeah, the justification for pork being haram made no sense to me. Like, oh, pigs are filthy. Okay, I have chickens in my backyard. They take dust baths. Like, what's the difference? Like, all animals like are dirty in one way or another. You acting like they don't go through some sort of cleaning process. Like, I don't know. Like, it just, yeah. And also the whole attitude towards like women having periods and that being dirty and impure. Like, oh, I can't touch the Quran while I'm on my period. Like, what does that mean? Like, why though? Am I gonna infect it?
Yeah,
Like,
it's not
is it
like you're using
contagious?
bloody hands like to get it all over the Quran. It's yeah, it's
Yeah.
this idea of impurity. It's simple. It's similar to how if you fart, right? Like you're not in a state of wudu, you're not in that state of purity where you're allowed to pray. Then I don't think it's haram to touch the Quran, but you're encouraged to go do wudu before you touch the Quran. But if you're on your period for similar metaphysical filth reasons, you can't touch it at all.
Clearly, like it's clearly a religion made by men for men, because a lot of it just seems to revolve around women and controlling them for the sake of men. Oh, you have to cover the women so that they don't tempt the men. Why don't men just like not be creeps? Like, isn't that easy enough? I know that the Quran says like, lower your gaze for men, but that's like it for like their modesty standards. Whereas for women, it's like, you have to like cover your whole body so you don't tempt men. Like, since when did my existence become just for men? Like, oh, they say like, oh, women have rights in Islam, but like every single verse that like talks about women, it's always like in relation to a man. Like, it's always contingent on like the rights that a man has. And I'm like, why? Like, can we just not talk about men for a second? We're talking about me. I always notice that like when they talk about women in the Quran, it's always like, and the women, like those women, like it's like they talk to men like they talk to them directly. It's like, you do this, when the women, they should do that. Like, as if I'm not even in the room. Like,
And it's
I'm
like
right here.
your
Talk
women,
to me.
to tell your women this, tell your women that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, talk to me. I'm a person. I
Mhm.
have feelings.
Well, there were some people who are curious, so I guess I'm going to ask you, did you get any proposals? Because some people seem to glorify the idea of a white Muslim convert woman.
Ooh, tea. Well, I did not, but the closest thing that I got to it was, so I think there was a Muslim man on Instagram from like another college in my state who messaged me on Instagram. He was like, "Oh yeah, I heard that you converted, and like I was wondering, like, if you had any questions, blah blah blah." And it seemed like friendly at first, like we were just kind of having a discourse about like, my experience with converting, and then him like giving me advice and stuff, and it seemed fine at first. Then he just like kept like sending me stuff, and I was like, okay, dude, you're a little obsessed with me. But like, I feel like the one day, that the one message that made me just block him was he sent me one of those reels that's like, send this to somebody that has beautiful eyes. I'm like, no, no platonic conversation starts that way. So I just blocked him. And yeah, I was like, is he looking for a wife? Oh my god, he might be looking for a wife. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I feel like that's a rite of passage for a lot of converts, white converts specifically. Yeah, but I'm glad you survived all of that and you made it out the other side unscathed, hopefully. So yeah, I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you said that you wanted to also maybe warn people who are considering converting, what exactly would you say to them?
So I guess I would say, like, I was exactly in the same position as you. Like, I was also interested in Islam. I was also, like, given that narrative that, like, all these restrictions are somehow empowering, and that, women have rights in Islam and women are respected in Islam. Like, you're being fed that, like, this sanitized version of it, then it's easy to, fall for it. And it's easy to think that, you have all the answers. But, of course, like, if Muslims around you are trying to get you to convert quickly, there's a reason why. And it's so they can get you in quickly, you know. Join now, question never. I was about to say question later, but they don't want you to question ever. So, but yeah, like, just really, really, really think about it. Like, would this be beneficial to your life at all? Like, I remember before I converted, I was thinking, like, I need some discipline in my life. I need, a structured routine. I need some more mindfulness, but, like, I can do that in other ways. Like, I can, take walks in my neighborhood. I can play with my dog. I can meditate. I can journal. Like, I can do all sorts of other things that have some sort of routine and structure and mindfulness that aren't, believing in a God that, wants me to cover every inch of my body so as to not, quote unquote, tempt men and just control every aspect of my life. Like, so that, you know, I have this promise of heaven, of an afterlife, of, paradise. But yeah, I would just say really, really, really think about it. Don't let them get you before, you know, like, yeah, don't let them get you in that early stages before you start questioning and before you actually start researching and reading the verses and you're like, I don't like this at all.
Yeah, and I want to remind people of a certain story in Islam. I can't remember if it's which hadith it's from, but there is a story of, I guess, let me tell you why I'm telling this story first. Some people might feel the urgency to convert because they're thinking, if I die tomorrow and I haven't said my shahada yet, then all of this ramping up to convert has been for nothing. I'm going to go to hell if I don't say my shahada. No, don't rush it. Like, it's not even that I'm telling you don't convert ever. I'm trying to echo what Sophia is saying. Take your time with it. Learn all you can. Ask all the questions. Don't rush converting, because even if you die, and I'm talking to you, as a Muslim, even if you die before joining Islam, but your intention was to join Islam, I think you're probably going to be safe. And here's a story to explain why. There's this man, allegedly, who killed like 99 people. That's a story from Islam, okay? And 98 or 99, I can't remember, but a stupid amount of people. And he went to a wise old man and he asked him, can I repent? I've killed 90 whatever number of people. Can I repent now? And the man said no, so he killed him as well. And then he went to another village to find their old wise man and ask him the same question. But he died on the way to that second village, and the angels try to figure out what to do with him. It's a very silly story, but the angels wanted to know, does he go to heaven? Does he go to hell? So they tried to measure the distance between the towns, and God moved him to put him closer to the town where he was going to go and repent. It's such a stupid, silly story, but the moral here is that God knows your intentions, and if you wanted to repent or convert, then God might count it for you as if you already did. So if you're a potential convert, take your time with it. Even if you die before you convert, you're fine. But more than likely, if you spend enough time, you won't end up converting at all, and you won't be scared of hell.
Yeah. Like, yeah, what you said. I feel like being scared of hell just takes up so much time and energy, and it's just not even worth it. Like, I remember, like, my mom always says to me, worry is a misuse of imagination. I always, like, think about that whenever I'm, like, whenever there's, like, irrational fear, which happens a lot with me, but, like, this is definitely time where it's very applicable because, like, you know, how do you really know that there's a hell? Oh, because God says so. Oh, okay. Like, no, that's not a good reason. Like, that's not enough reason. What
How do you
if,
know that
you
God
know, I
said
can
so? You know, that's the next
yeah,
question. Yeah.
like,
But
oh,
they
because it's in
never
the
seem to
Quran.
answer that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you know God wrote it? Oh, because I say so. Oh, who's you? Oh, you'll never know.
Or have you heard the excuse or the explanation that the Arabic is so beautiful and you need to understand it in Arabic and it proves that it is
Yup,
divine? Yeah.
yup. The obsession with Arabic was one that I hated as well. Like, this whole, like, idea that, you know, you need to pray in Arabic and you need to, like, do the things all the way, like, the same way every time, otherwise God isn't going to accept your prayer. Like, so if I don't do this in Arabic, like, okay, like, God's just not going to listen to me. He's going to be like, la 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 la, I can't hear you, blah blah blah. Like, it's just so childish. Like, nope, you're not speaking the language I want you to speak. I'm not going to listen to you. Turn my back until you do it the way I want.
Mhm. I have to ask you this question that someone asked in the live chat. Angela's saying, I feel like a lot of white women have been converting more to Islam, and I speculate it's because of their white guilt. Do you sense that there's any truth to that? Like, did race or racism have anything to do with your conversion story?
I feel like not as much as others. Like, I feel like it might have been a big part of others' conversion, but it wasn't that big of a part of mine. But I feel like it was, like, definitely there. Like, you know, I feel like there is this sort of guilt of, like, I don't know, just not, I guess, doing enough to, like, I guess, combat bigotry and whatever. Like, you know, I recognize the privilege that I have as a white woman in this world, and I try my best to educate myself and to learn more so that, you know, I can, you know, unlearn all my unconscious biases. But yeah, I definitely feel like it was kind of there. Like, I don't know. Like, it, I don't know. Like, again, I definitely feel like it wasn't as big of a part
Mhm.
that, you know, it played as, like, you know, others. I don't know. Like, I feel like if anything, like, more than anything, I was trying to grapple with, like, my queer identity and, like, trying to figure out, like, what Islam really says about homosexuality. And I tried to, like, lean on to the assumption that, oh, you know, the interpretation, you know, that verse, like, people are going off of the wrong interpretation. But I don't know, like, you know, there's just so much out there that's against people like me, and hurts to see. And I was like, I can't be a part of a religion that hates people like me and says, oh, well, you know, it's fine to be gay, you just can't act on it. What does that mean? What does that mean? Help
Mhm.
me to understand. Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, I can have attraction to girls, but you have to suppress it, you know, and, you know, keep it inside, never tell anyone.
Well, I'm glad that you don't have to battle with that for longer, and I'm glad that you're not suppressing yourself just to not go to hell. Yeah, and I thank you for sharing all of this with us. I know that it's not always easy talking about these topics in public, but if people like you don't share, you know, no one's gonna know. And I'm sure that your voice today has reached someone who needed to hear it. So thank you again for that.
Of course, happy to be here.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you want to add before we wrap up?
No, that's it. I think I want to give time to other callers, so I'll shut up now.
No, you did great. I appreciate you calling in today, and yeah, it was nice catching up with you again. And yeah, take care, and I hope you have a great rest of your day.
All right, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Right. Thanks again to the caller for joining. I just want to point out Xenon, thank you so much for the super chat. I would highlight it if I could, but I'm struggling to. There we go. Thanks again. They say, hey, Aladdin, I love your videos. Keep them up. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. All right. We have another caller. I don't know how to pronounce this, so I'm just going to add you. Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me? You are muted.
Hello, hello. How's it going with me?
Good. How are you?
All right. Awesome. I'm doing great. What about you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you.
You look lovely today.
I look what? Sorry?
Lovely today.
Lovely.
Sorry,
Thank
I'm
you.
being-
Thank you.
being
I needed
like,
to hear it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Awesome.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about yourself and what you want to talk about today.
All right. So I am an ex-Muslim from Egypt. I have appeared here 2 times before. Some people might recognize me. And I wanted to talk a little bit about Sharif Gaber and a bunch of other things afterwards. But yeah.
All right.
So basically,
first tell the
talk about
people who Sharif is.
Oh, okay. Sharif Gaber is an ex-Muslim YouTuber who criticizes Islam. He has been he has a bunch of charges on him to go to jail, which are cumulatively going to be 9 years. Apostle Al-Din has made a video about it, and I think a lot of you have seen it. So, yeah, I wanted to expand on the situation in Egypt, especially when it comes to how Egyptian fascism works and how the persecution of religion works. But yeah, on Sharif
Sure.
Gaber's charges, in your video you call them bullshit, but I don't think you realize how bullshit they are. So, yeah, he recently got a new court ruling that gave him 5 years to jail, 5 extra years, for quote unquote inciting atheism. But I'm just hold on. All right. So, for inciting atheism, and I have read the Egyptian Penal Code. That's not a crime. It doesn't even exist, right? And yeah, his other crimes are actually unconstitutional. If Egypt was a democracy, he would be able to challenge that in court. But it doesn't matter if the regime wants him in jail. Who the fuck cares about if the constitution has free speech, which it does, by the way. So, I want to mention that this court ruling didn't happen in isolation. It came among a bunch of other rulings. There was like too many rulings at once. So this has happened several times in different contexts. I don't know what prompted this time, but I think the most notable ruling is against Ahmed Tantawi. So Ahmed Tantawi is the main opposition to Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who is our dictator. And he was sentenced to a year in jail with hard work for BS reasons, alongside a lot of his supporters. So it's a wave of crackdown on civil liberties that expands to Sharif Gaber as well as other people. So now I want to touch on why someone like Abdullah Rushdi, for example, is allowed to spew what he does. Abdullah Rushdi is a guy that spewing a lot of insane stuff, but not
Wait,
someone like
give a
Sharif
little bit
Gaber.
more context. Like what does he talk about, Abdullah Rushdi?
There's no such thing as marital rape, for example. Pedophilia is okay, things of that sort. Usually he talks a lot
he's
about
an
women.
Islam apologist, for those who don't know.
Yeah, he's an Islam apologist that is basically, I would argue, is a more conservative and Islamic version of Andrew Tate in Egypt. He's the guy that likes to talk about women, and how they're should be treated this way or that way. And this is despite the fact that Al-Azhar, the largest religious institution, Islamic institution in the world, which is based on Egypt, does disagree with him. So he is going against the current by saying extremely misogynistic and other problematic takes. Now, I also want to highlight that when Sisi took power, 7 Islamic channels, I believe the number is 7, were closed on the same day, and later on the number kept expanding. But then there's also atheists who are publicly atheists, like Nawal al-Saadawi is probably the most famous example. She was very big, and Ismail Muhammad are allowed to say whatever they want. So it works in kind of like both directions. So what's going on here? So so this is something that affects a lot of people in Egypt, a lot of individual people. It's not just like politics or people who speak out or whatever. But to get there, I'll have to explain a political concept, and I don't want to be too heavy on the politics. I know that this is not a political channel, but I think I'll have to explain this. So there's a concept in politics known as fascism. The word fascism comes from the word fascio, which means in Latin bundle of sticks. It's an ideology about you have the state, right? And it's about prioritizing the state over the individual. Like we're coming in together. Fascism is characterized by something known as an out-group and an in-group. The out-group are people you blame everything for. So, for example, the Jews, the gays, the Muslim Brotherhood in the case of Egypt, the migrants, whatever group you blame, everything wrong with society is because of those people. And if we get rid of those people, everything will be fine. And the problem is, once you get rid of those people, you're only cracking down on civil liberties, things are not fine. So how do you keep people in line? You have to expand the outgroup. This means fascism is a self-imploding ideology because the outgroup just keeps expanding. You can't have everyone be the outgroup. That's not sustainable. Another concept I want to explain is something known as the Overton window. So if you want to control that, by the way, Islam does this, religion in general does this. You can find a verse, for example, in the Quran that says, فِيهِ آيَاتٌ مُحْكَمَاتٌ وَأُخَرُ مُتَشَابِهَاتٌ. There is like solid verses in the Quran and others that are like prone to controversy, I guess. So if you want to force a group of people to think a certain way, the way you do this is not by telling them, here's what you should think. It's by allowing them to debate different ideas within a limited scope. So you have a circle of acceptable ideas. As long as you're operating within that, you're fine. But don't go outside that. Once you go outside that, you're a troublemaker. So, you can see this inside any religion where there's certain ideas that would be seen as blasphemous, while other ideas would be more debatable. So, how does it apply to Egypt and Sheikh Gaber and all of that? Initially, Abdel Fattah Sisi, when he did the military coup, he was selling himself as this guy that will save Egypt from the Muslim Brotherhood. Now, the term Muslim Brotherhood is very vague. The name of the political party in Egypt that is referred to as the Muslim Brotherhood is the Freedom and Justice Party. The term Muslim Brotherhood can apply to so many different things. It's a very vague thing. The Muslim Brotherhood was originally a political party in Egypt that was founded in 1928, a century ago. Why are we talking about those? It's like, it's a vague term that is applied very conveniently. So that's why he went for it. Now, after he committed horrific things when he got to power, Rabah's massacre is a good example, where he gunned down around 1,000 protesters in the streets of Cairo who were Islamists, who were protesting against the coup. This is basically Egypt's Tiananmen Square. It was horrible. He mass arrested members of the Muslim Brotherhood. There was mass execution verdicts in trials, in sham trials. So, okay, everyone who is from the Muslim Brotherhood either fled the country, is killed, or is in prison. Is everything better in Egypt now? Well, no. He had to go after Islamists, other Islamists. So he proposed a bill to ban religious-based political parties. So you can't have an Islamist political party. So I want you to notice that the outgroup is expanding more and more to start to get closer to like average Muslims. Notice how the dynamic is going. And I will provide examples from my personal life, by the way. But yeah. So people, he proposed a bill that bans Islamist parties, basically, or Christian-based parties. And the Salafist party in Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood were kind of like moderate Islamists. The hardcore Islamist party actually supported the bill because they didn't want to be like the Muslim Brotherhood. And they allowed Christians into the party because that was part of the conditions of the bill. And, it was very weird. So, okay, now we got rid of the Salafists. Now what? Now we have to expand to devout Muslims. So I'll provide personal stories here. After the military coup, I remember going to a mosque to pray. And after the prayer, I started talking to someone in the mosque, and a plainclothes police officer approached us, and he told us, "Are you guys praying?" We said no. He said, "Well, I'm sorry, but you guys will have to leave." He was very nice about it. He was like, "Yeah, I'm just doing my job. I don't want to prevent people from praying, but security measures and blah blah blah." So we had to leave. Uh, like religious freedoms when it comes to the devout are very restricted. You can see this in sports club. So sports clubs, places where people play sports. If you have a long beard or you're wearing in a club, you're not allowed inside, right? Like this is a thing in Egypt. Um, um, I remember also I was once at an airport. A police officer stopped me, asked me a few questions. To be honest, I think I would have done the same if I was in his place. I was a little bit suspicious. I was walking in circles for a bit. But anyway, I ordered an Uber, and the Uber driver saw the entire thing. And once I got into the Uber, he asked me, "Why did he stop you?" And he told me, "It's because I have a beard." Now, here's something funny about Egypt. If you have a beard, it's very often that you will be asked, "مطول دقنك ليه?" Why are you growing your beard? And this is almost exclusively to Muslims. So let's say you have a long beard, a police officer stops you and asks you for your ID card. If the ID card says George, he will give you back your ID card and say, "Oh, have a good day." If it says Muhammad, he'll tell you, "Why are you growing your beard, Muhammad? Are you Muslim Brotherhood?" Right? It's very weird. And I know Muslims. I know religiously devout people. I used to be religiously devout myself. I can see this happening. I can see how hard it is to be in their position. Not just that, even the khutbah, the speech that is given during Friday prayers, are also limited. Every mosque in Egypt always will have a police officer who's like, basically his job is to censor the khutbah, or to be present and make sure it's like done the way the state wants it to be. And sometimes, because the problem with mosques is that they can be used as places of assembly, so they can like contribute to protests and whatnot. So if there's like a tumultuous period, or the regime thinks that there's a risk of protest, they will straight up like skip the khutbah. It would be like 2 minutes, right? Like I don't think you've ever heard of that happening. So yeah, I remember
it sounds to me that sorry to interrupt, but it sounds to me that what you're saying is Egypt oversteps people's rights so often, and it's not just about them criticizing religion. But the sad thing is, people are so preoccupied with who they're supposed to hate that they're not noticing that they could be next. They could be in that outgroup. So they're happy to demonize the outgroup that Egypt currently has their target on.
I don't really agree with that, because the outgroup is starting to reach a point where it's including more and more average everyday people. Like initially, yes. Initially, the Muslim Brotherhood were very demonized. The regime was blaming them for terrorism, even though when the government was gunning them down, they were saying, "Our peacefulness is stronger than bullets," which is okay. And they were getting killed by over 1,000, by the hundreds. And yeah, like they were sure, there was members of the Muslim Brotherhood who retaliated, obviously, after these things happened. But the group as a whole, I'm not a big fan of them, by the way. I wouldn't vote for them. I think their governance was horrible. But I don't think they're a terrorist organization. Like by the way, by the Muslim Brotherhood, I'm specifically referring to the Freedom and Justice Party, just in case like there's any. I'm not referring. Yes, the Muslim Brotherhood 100 years ago was a terrorist organization. I believe that. I'm talking about the Freedom and Justice Party in Egypt. So yeah.
But don't you think? So I've seen a huge amount of animosity towards Sharif Gabir and celebration and glee. Absolutely. And that kind of stuff. Don't you think that that's just people being distracted by, like, people are okay with what Egypt is doing in that situation, but they're not realizing that they could be next?
Absolutely. I think there's a degree of truth to that. However, I also think that there's other variables at play here. So there's a video by Thurman Trees, who is a YouTuber you recommended, who is great. He talks about the psychology of religion. I don't remember the name of the video, but it basically was proposing. He was talking about why religious people get offended when you even just as little as say that you disagree with their religion. and basically he explains that religion is seen by religious people as an extension of their ego, an extension of their identity. It's part of how they belong in society. So when you even just as much as say as I'm an atheist, this can, or I'm an insert X religion, insert the religion of the person. They can take it as a personal attack. They can feel personally attacked, and I can confirm this anecdotally. I know a girl who, when she knew I was an atheist, she broke down crying, right? Like, she was very nice and sweet about it, but she still like felt very hurt by it. So yeah, there's also, I remember you yourself made also a video about it, explaining why people can be vitriolic. You were talking about yourself. You said it's not even because of scripture; it's because they're not used to hearing criticism of their religion. It's not normalized, and that's why they feel such religious fervor to attack ex-believers. So yes, I agree with what you said. I think it's, oh yeah, Sharif Gaber should go to jail because he's promoting atheism or whatever. I think that's part of it. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. But I also want to highlight something interesting. When I checked Sharif Gaber's comment section, just before you made your video, it was actually quite wholesome. It was full of people with a lot of likes and a lot of replies and engagements, including comments by self-identifying Muslims that were like showing support.
Did you sort by
when I
new?
checked, no, I did not. I was checking by relevant.
Yeah, if you
And
sort by new, it's a flood of just vitriolic comments. I know if you sort by top or relevant or whatever it is, yeah, it kind of looks like it's most people are supportive of him. But if you look at the new comments, I don't know if they're being auto moderated sometimes or not. But there are a lot of people who are really
were
gleeful
you
about it.
when you checked the comments, were you sorting by new?
Yeah,
Oh, interesting. Because after
I
I
find
looked at your
that
video,
that gives like a more accurate representation of the comments. Like, not just just read the first 3 on new, but if you keep scrolling, that is a different view than just which ones are popular among the viewers of this channel.
I see. That's interesting because when I looked back at Sharif Gaber's comment section after watching your video, I was seeing the exact same comments you presented in your video. Right?
Oh yeah,
So yeah, the algorithm does funny things.
interesting.
Yeah. So let me say a quote by a Christian pastor who was in Nazi Germany, who Hitler went after. This is a very iconic quote. Some people might think that this is like probably most people heard this quote. They might think that this is like a life lesson or like a good quote because it like conveys a message. No, this is actually someone's personal experience. This is what happened to a Christian pastor who supported Hitler initially, citing Christian reasons, and then he became a political prisoner in Nazi Germany. I'm gonna read it quickly because I don't think I need to read it slowly. It says, first they came for the communists and they don't speak out because I was a communist. Then they came for the socialists and they don't speak out because I was a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists and they did not speak out because I was a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews and they did not speak out because I was a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Now I want you to notice how the outgroup is expanding. It's communists and then socialists, a very adjacent group, and then trade unionists, and then Jews who were blamed for communism. Cultural Bolshevism is how they called it, or like today it's people say cultural Marxism, which is like something the Jews are spreading or whatever. Yeah, and then they started going for like more average everyday people. So
what is your message to the Egyptians who are listening right now?
Well, there's a bunch of things I guess I want to say. So I initially was planning to talk more about the future and the hope, and that there is actually a very good chance that things might change in the relatively near future, because we can learn from the color revolutions in Europe, which happened a few years before the Arab Spring, or the Arab Spring itself, and like the factors and the variables that lead to it. However, this is like very. I don't want to speak too much about like what would impact the chances of this happening or not happening. It would be too political for this channel's focus. But I wanted to give people hope, but I decided that I don't want to speak too much about it. I feel like it wouldn't be very relevant. But yes, things in Egypt, like Egypt is a good country in many ways. It is a safe country. It is, you know, relative to Africa, quite economically developed. It is, you know, sorry, I spaced out there. But yes, the civil liberties are not doing very hot or very well. I agree with that. And our economy, even though it might seem good, what the regime is doing to it is just draining it. You can especially notice this if you're Egyptian, you can notice this with the dollar crisis, the foreign currency reserves. It's miserable. And what the regime is doing is not sustainable. The regime is basically allowing people in power to construct mega projects that are completely useless, like plant in the desert. We spent $16 billion making tents in the desert to farm in them, even though we have unused land in the delta, which is one of the most fertile pieces of land on the planet. Because, well, you can collect commission on these mega projects if you're a general, I guess. It's quite sad, but I guess I wanted to highlight something to more general viewers, and I wanted to ask you a question. So I think, to me at least, it's clear that Egypt is a secular dictatorship. The regime's own the way the regime sold itself is about anti-Islamism. We had secular pan-Arab nationalism in the Middle East, which was the dominant political ideology. This was during Nasser, Hafiz, Saddam, Gaddafi, these dictators. There was also the Shah in Iran. Things weren't doing very hot for human rights when we had these secular dictators. So I guess the question I wanted to ask you is, how do you define secularism? Because I've seen you use it in a way that I don't think would describe these.
Secularism to me is the separation of church and state.
Sorry, I got it. Oh, separation of church and state. So
yeah,
wouldn't you say that's the case already in, like, in Egypt, for example?
I don't know enough about the constitution of Egypt to tell you if it's actually that way on paper or not. But I know that religion can be leveraged, and like in this case, for example, even though yeah, you're saying that the regime is anti-Islamist and they would use the same kind of tyranny to persecute people they presume to be Islamists, they are still using religion to persecute someone who is spreading atheism, as you put it, even though it might be unconstitutional to punish them that way. But I don't think that, yeah, or it's not even, it doesn't have to be officially, something that is an intersection between Sharia and their constitution. But the fact that there is some overlap, that it's not divorced from the religion and the effects of the religion. So I don't exactly consider it to be actual separation of church and state. Plus, and
I do agree with you.
You got to keep in mind also, like on a lower level, the way that if you have a dispute with your, if you're a woman having a dispute with your husband and you go to a policeman, like there's still the influence of religion on how selectively they will apply the laws. You know what I mean? So it's, even if theoretically Egypt is a secular state, I don't think in practice it is a secular state.
I mean, we are officially an Islamic state. The second article of the Constitution says Egypt is an Islamic state. And yes, religion is obviously heavily weaponized. You can find, for example, Abdel Fattah Sisi, whenever he gives a speech, you will find two individuals sitting at the front seat who are not members of the government, who are not part of the military, but...
Are you still there?
He will dress differently to everyone else. The Grand Imam of Al-Azhar, Ahmed al-Tayyib, and the Pope of the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria, Baba Tadros Thani. And basically their job is to be yes men, right? So whenever Sisi says something and he wants like religious approval, it's like he points them to them, is this good? And basically their job is to say, yeah, very, very Christian or very Muslim or whatever. So yeah, in that sense, I would agree that Egypt might not be a secular state. However, I think we follow that logic. I would also argue the United States is not a secular state because you have the largest Zionist lobby in the United States is Christians United for Israel, which is based on churches. Churches have tax exemption statutes. Like
Yeah, I don't think the U.S. is
churches
completely
public trust.
secular either. I mean,
Yeah.
there's evidence of documentation going back to I think it was the Iraq War, where there were people using religious language, like Christian religious language, in their briefings. It's not completely separated. To some extent, it's better than Egypt, but it's not completely a separation of church and state either.
Absolutely. Yeah, I remember George Bush's speech, the Crusader speech. I conferred with God, and God told me. Yeah, that's we're invading Afghanistan because God said so. I guess he told George Bush personally. But yeah, I think if we take a purest definition of secularism, there would be virtually no secular country on the planet. There will be a few, but yeah, I think it's a spectrum, and that's why I call Egypt a secular country. Even though the constitution does say Egypt is an Islamic state, I don't think the degree of secularism versus Islamism or even Christianity, Christian theocracy, is just too large that I wouldn't describe it as theocratic. But we can disagree on the semantics. I guess it doesn't really matter. All right. So I guess this is what I wanted to say about Egypt specifically. I wanted to touch on a bit on something you talked about several times, which is the dawah scene in the United Kingdom and what the British government should do. Now, the dawah scene in the United Kingdom is insane. Like, let's agree on that. Like, I'm not sure if there's more Muslims in the United States or not, but for every like dawah or apologist person in the United States that you can find problematic, you're probably going to find 20 from the United Kingdom. Like it's insane how far radical it is. And I think it's worth, if we're going to talk about like what the government should and shouldn't do, I think we need to talk about the root causes for a bit. Saudi Arabia, according to an article in Arab News, so I'm going to read this sentence. Over the past decade, Saudi Arabia, who would have guessed, has been the largest source of donations from Islamic states and royal families to British universities, much of which is devoted to the study of Islam, the Middle East, and Arabic literature. Now, I can continue, they break this down further, but I'm not going to save time. But yeah, this is really hurting both Muslims and non-Muslims, by the way, in the United Kingdom, because you have a foreign government that is funding that is contributing to the spread of Salafism and Wahhabism in a foreign country to serve its own personal interest.
You cut out again. Yep.
Oh, sorry. Let me repeat. I think this is really problematic because you have like a foreign government that is funding its own interest in a different country in a way that doesn't serve the interests of that other country. To promote Salafism and Wahhabism, or Salafism and Wahhabist interpretations of Islam. And yeah, I don't know what we can do as individuals. Usually, if I'm in a more politically engaged medium, I would talk about what us as individuals can do, what direct actions we can take, but I really can't think of anything here. I think Saudi funding has to be cut off, really. I think the government is the only entity capable of doing that.
Yeah, I don't think the average British Muslim benefits from all that funding.
Exactly.
Because all it's doing is it's making people more extreme, and it's making the life worse for the average Muslim in Britain.
Absolutely. Imagine you are someone from Britain, you don't have Muslim friends, and you see the scene of Muslims, not the average Muslim specifically, but the platforms that Muslims have in the United Kingdom and the kind of things they're saying. You're probably going to be like, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, wow, Muslims are scary. I'm going to be even more scarier and adopt white Sharia. Let's get rid of all Muslims and blacks and whatnot, and let's, become a white ethnic state. Unfortunately, that's how a lot of people are brought to the far right pipeline. Even though, yeah, like it hurts the average Muslims in the United Kingdom. It doesn't benefit anyone. It just gives Saudi Arabia a foothold inside the United Kingdom. It's crazy that the United Kingdom is allowing, foreign agents to do what they want inside their own country in a way that doesn't benefit them. Now, there is a very interesting debate on this topic that I want to recommend. It's you can find it on YouTube, where Mahdi Hassan, a great British Muslim, by the way, I think he's an amazing journalist. It's titled "The West Should Cut Ties with Saudi Arabia." So this is a debate with people who are pro and against cutting ties with Saudi Arabia, and I think for people that are interested, I think this would be a very great video for you to develop a deeper understanding on Saudi Arabia's influence in many respects. And it doesn't even cover like 10% of what Saudi Arabia is doing, but it's still like a very good start. So yeah. I also, since we're talking on the topic of radicalism, I also want to highlight something. I don't want to say, oh, religion bad, and then not look in the mirror. Have you been on YouTube, on the atheist circles on YouTube in like 2014, 2015? Have you witnessed what it was like back then?
No, I think maybe just a peak. Like it was, I think that was around the time there was the anti-feminism stuff, anti-SJW stuff. Yep. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but I wasn't a consumer of that media at the time. I just came across it.
Oh, okay. Let me talk about how crazy it was. Like, I would argue that out of all religious circles on YouTube at the time, atheists were by far the most radical group. And it wasn't even close. It was really insane. And we're not talking about like some like small atheist YouTubers or anything. We're talking about, some of the largest atheist content creators, including the largest one. I'm not going to give names. I don't want to give attention to anyone. But basically what happened is those people went from talking about religion, criticizing religion, how religion is like fairy tales and it's not true and it can be used to manipulate people and can be harmful in some cases. And all of that is beautiful. That's great. It's basically not very dissimilar to what you do. And then they went from that to talking about feminism and how feminism is like a new religion and it's just as dangerous as any other religions. And don't get me wrong, they were highlighting actual issues with feminism. There was like some crazy things that were going mainstream in feminism that I think were worth critiquing. There was a lot of misandry going on. I think it was good to highlight that. However, they went from there and from like, going to, I guess, a more reactionary position of like describing feminism as a religion, which is okay. Fair enough. That's not the problem. But they went from there to talking about Muslim feminists because, obviously you have Christian feminists, and Christianity isn't exactly a very feminist religion. But then Muslim feminists specifically, they were like, no, that's an oxymoron. Like, how can you be a Muslim feminist? That's like a cognitive dissonance. For some reason, they were going specifically after a Muslim feminist.
I mean, it is low-hanging fruit. It's pretty easy to criticize Muslim feminists. And I don't do it very much because I think it's better than nothing. But at the end of the day, it is an oxymoron, in my opinion.
I agree. And I think it's an oxymoron to be Christian feminists as well. But that doesn't matter. We need to, like, we can't just say, oh, this person believes this way, therefore they should think that way. I think that's a closed-minded way to look at things. I think we should look at the individual and how they think and how they reach their conclusion.
And I think it's important to also weigh what is the purpose of this criticism, or what is it going to achieve? And that's not to say that you shouldn't criticize certain things because some people's feelings might get hurt. That's obviously not the way that I operate. I try not to hurt people's feelings, but if it's necessary, it's necessary. But it's important to know who your audience are and what you're trying to achieve with that criticism. So those people who are criticizing Muslim feminists at the time, it sounds just like it was low-hanging fruit and it was easy, and it wasn't really helping Muslims or feminists or women. It was just for people who want to shit on both, on Muslims and on feminists, to enjoy that content.
Wait, it will get better. Don't worry. This is not the end.
I'm somewhat familiar with some of like I watched the video by who was it? damn it, now their name is escaping my mind. But I've watched a few videos on that topic, but thankfully I wasn't, consuming that content at the time.
All right. So here's what happened afterwards.
I have to remind you though that we have to wrap up soon because we still have other callers to get to. But yeah, let's.
All right.
wrap this
I'll
one
try
up.
to be quick. Anyway, they went from criticizing feminism to criticizing Islam all of a sudden, and many of those people clearly didn't have basic knowledge about Islam, but they still made their channel mainly about Islam, and they talked about it for years. And then there was the migrant crisis, and it was about Muslims and how Islam is incompatible with the West, and why there's all of these issues happening with the migrants. But then, hold on, not all of the migrants were Muslim. There was also a lot of Africans, for example. They were like, oh, it's also black people, and all of a sudden they were talking about race and IQ and how black people are inferior. It's like, how did we get there? It's like you went from talking about why religion is not true to black people are inferior. It's like, hold on a second. It was insane. And there's also another guy. I'm not gonna name him. Please, if anyone knows who I'm referring to, don't name him. He was a pedophilia apologist. Basically, Singapore is a dictatorship. It might be advanced in many ways, but it's a dictatorship. There's blasphemy laws there. People do get arrested for criticizing Christianity and Buddhism all the time. There was this guy that got arrested for criticizing Islam, so they became some sort of a martyr because free speech and how Islam is impeding free speech and all that. Fair enough. That guy, though, was promoting pedophilia. And what do I mean by that? Like lowering the age of consent to, I don't know, a lower number? No, like straight up, it's okay to have sex with a 6-year-old kind of pedophilia. It was insane how low the atheist circles on YouTube went. So I think it's important. My message here is we need to look in the mirror sometimes. We can't just get on our high horse. Oh, as atheists, we're not like those delusional religious people. We are more pro-human rights because we are secular or whatever. No, I think we shouldn't get caught up in that. You have atheist countries like North Korea and China that are not good places for human rights. It's very possible for atheists to be the same or even worse. And
I think it's difficult for people not to pin it on religion when they see
absolutely
that people in their life are using religion actively. And on the other hand, we have people who are irreligious, I suppose, living in places where there is more of a version of secularism than in Muslim countries, and they're treating them and everyone else better. So I don't think that it's not that it's impossible for a secular state for an atheist to be a terrible person. It's just that for a lot of us, the correlation right now is religion. And it's difficult to always keep saying, well, it's not just religion, this could just be fascism in general. This is just a power trip. Sometimes you just have to talk about the topic specifically.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was earlier talking about Islam and the narrative being promoted in the UK and why it's a problem and why I think what you're doing is good, by the way, criticizing and calling out those people. I don't know if it's enough because their platform is obviously going to always be bigger. I think that's just the reality of it. But I still think it's very, very valuable to have a platform like yours that is healthy, that is calling out those people because they do deserve to be called out. And I think that's very valuable. And yes, I completely agree with you. The only thing I'm highlighting is that just because we don't have that, everything will be pink. There's more to it than that. We shouldn't become complacent, is what I'm saying. But it is true that, yes, religion can oftentimes be a vector to promote this kind of issues, 100%. For example, you mentioned homophobia. I remember you talked about Muslims in the West oftentimes celebrate when certain groups like gay people get persecuted. And I was like, initially I was like, wait, that sounds true, but let me look it up, right? I was actually surprised because in the United States, 80% of Muslims, 80% of the American population support, let me find it exactly, favor laws that would protect gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender people against discrimination in jobs, public accommodations, and housing. 80% of the American public support that, as opposed to 70% of Muslims. Now, it's worth mentioning that the people that oppose these laws oftentimes cite incompatibility with religion. So yes, absolutely, religion is responsible for those 30%. But I was surprised that it's 70%. I was expecting much lower. This study is from hold on. the Public Religion Research Institute. It's from 2022, so this is like relatively recent.
I'm very
And
curious to know what the sample size is, because most Muslims that I know are beyond, like they would not even say, yeah, I support the laws, but I disagree with it. And it's not just because I know very religious circles. It's just, it seems to be the reality I'm always coming across. So I'd be really curious what the sample size was and how they chose that sample.
I actually don't have it, but I can send you the study if you want to look at it later. The sample size, the total sample size is 23,000 people. I don't know how much Muslims specifically. But yeah, it's I guess it's quite a big study.
Well, I mean, that depends on how many Muslims. If it was 100 Muslims, then not
yeah, to
really
be
a
fair,
big
yes.
study.
Yeah,
If
I
it was
also
all
want to
on like
mention.
one university campus, then we can't do anything with that.
Oh, fair enough. I also did look up something else, which is Muslim politicians in the United States. So you had a what's the word? A nominee for the Senate, a Republican nominee, which is Dr. Oz. You have four members of the House of Representatives: Keith Ellison, Andrew Carson, Ilhan Omar, and Rashida Tlaib. I looked the LGBT views of all of them, and they were all openly in favor of it. Now, I'm not saying homophobia doesn't exist in the Muslim community. I just think that the idea
That's something that I
Muslims.
don't think carries any weight, a Muslim politician's public stance, because a lot of their supporters are the same kind of people who are pro-LGBT and pro-immigration and very anti-racism. So they can't just come out and say, "Yeah, I'm against LGBT marriage." Like that's just not an option if they want to get elected. So I don't think it carries any weight what their public position on it is.
I think it's actually very possible for a Muslim politician to run on an anti-LGBT platform because many people already do. And
yeah, but those people, like, then they have to appeal to a Christian base or a right-wing base, but they're not appealing to that. They're appealing to the left wing, and they are not going to be okay. Like, they're going to lose their supporters.
Yeah,
so I don't think it carries much weight.
Individuals, yes.
Yeah.
These specific individuals, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah, I haven't thought of that. I think that's a good point to raise.
Like Yasir Qadhi was talking, I remember Yasir Qadhi was talking about an instance of a politician, a Muslim politician in the US, and he didn't want to name names, of course, who like supports these things in public because they have to, but then they talk to him about it in private. And he was talking about how, yeah, you have to do what you have to do to get elected, but that doesn't, like, you don't have to be openly anti-LGBT. So funny enough, I'm sure you've heard of the accusations of taqiyya. This kind of applies, right? Like this kind of applies. Yasir Qadhi is telling people, as long as we're not in the majority, you got to do PR for Islam. Like he's just saying it. So, that I don't like this kind of alarmist rhetoric. I don't want to tell people that Muslims are plotting against you. But Yasir Qadhi says it out loud that when it comes to certain politicians in the US who are Muslim, they conceal their actual views on these things.
Do you think it's 70%?
I don't believe for a second that 70% of Muslims in the US are pro-LGBT rights. And that might be anecdotal, maybe I'm wrong about that, but I highly struggle to believe that, because just among the people that I met, I'm not saying that they're all raging homophobes, but at best, a lot of them are like, you know what, it's not my thing, but I don't want to get involved, but like, I think it's icky, and I don't know, like, I don't want to be involved in that decision-making process at all. So I highly doubt that 70% of them would actually say, you know what, I support it. More power to them. But yeah.
By the way,
it's a
I
very...
want to apologize. I know. I was trying to like keep it brief. I was like trying to go through like points, but I know I took like a lot of time still, despite my best attempts. So I really apologize for that and for the next callers. But yeah, I just want to mention something about the study. It is from across the 50 states, but I'll send it to you and you can look at it later.
Sure.
And yeah, thank you for having me. And
of course,
yeah, sorry again for taking too long. All right, have a great day.
Yeah. You as well. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Right. Thanks again to the caller. We still have a few callers. I'll try to get to all of them, but I only have maybe another hour or so, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. So I'll try to get to as many of them as I can. So Cheese Tax, I hope that you're ready because I'm adding you to the live stream now. Hey, Cheese Tax, can you hear me? You are muted. I hope that they are here. Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's good. How are you, Ed?
I'm doing all right, thanks. So tell me a bit about
I was
yourself.
listening
And
to the live chat. Actually, I wasn't aware that I.
yeah, no worries. Yeah, there's a bit of a delay between the stream and this. So yeah, thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. Yeah. So tell us a bit about yourself and what you want to chat about today.
So first, I want to say that I'm very happy to be on one of your lives. Thank you so much. And I want to thank you also for all your work, and I really admire your character and your work. So thank you very much. Mm-hmm. And I also want to say that English is not my first language. So if you can't understand me sometimes, just feel free to stop me.
No, I'm sure you'll be fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm from a Muslim country, but it's not a country that is really. They're practicing Islam, but only when they see people. Like I don't know if you understand me. Like they dress modestly. They pray if someone comes to their house, but deep inside of them, I don't think that they really believe it. But anyway, it's not the focus of the lab chat. So anyway, about me. So from a young age, I'm not really. It's not that I had doubts, but I wasn't really interested about learning it. Of course, I was a Muslim, but I wasn't really interested about learning about Islam or anything concerning Islam. But what really pushed me away, weirdly enough, it was the Muslims first. It wasn't like the Quran or the Hadith or anything like that. It was primarily Muslims that really bothered me. Let's see. I don't want to sound Islamophobic or something, but that was my main reason first. And the problem was that I didn't agree with Muslims most of the time. So anything that had to do with LGBTQ. So the question you asked earlier in the live chat. So yeah, the LGBTQ community was one of my main reasons that like pushed me from Islam. I'm not part of that community, but I don't even know anyone from that community. But the way Muslims were talking about them and the way Islam in general treats them, I wasn't agreeing with it. So I was like, oh wait, you know what? It's not for me. And I used to hear like the most horrendous stuff from Muslims. They were saying stuff like, you need to gather all the LGBTQ and burn them alive, or stuff like that. And they were saying the same thing about the Jews or the polytheists and stuff. Like anybody that doesn't agree with them, they had to say really horrible stuff about them. So I wasn't. So that was one of the reasons. And
so
the other reason was
I want to ask you before you get to the next reason.
Yes.
So
yeah,
you were a Muslim at the time, loosely. I mean, as you said that you weren't that interested in looking up things about Islam. But when you heard these things that sounded horrible to you from other Muslims, what did you think about the religion? Like, did you think that they were behaving worse than Islam told them to, or did you think that their behavior is caused by the religion?
Yeah, I was getting to that point actually. Mm-hmm. Like, that was what I was thinking when I was young, like before 15 or something like that. But at some point I realized that if every Muslim thinks the same way, it's because they have the same source, and that source being the Quran and the Hadiths and
but not every single Muslim thinks the same way. But you're saying the ones that do, they have the same common source. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. So then I started looking into the Quran and the Hadith, and it was worse actually than what I thought, because in my head from a young age I wasn't really religious. I used to pray, of course, because I grew up in a Muslim country and in a Muslim family, so I was praying, I was fasting during Ramadan and all of that, but sorry, what was I saying? I forgot my
That you weren't that religious, but you were practicing.
Yeah, I was practicing, so I wasn't really reading the Quran, but then when I started reading it, I saw that it didn't make any sense. First of all, there's no sense, there's no logic, there's no chronology, there's nothing that it doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense to me. And then it was full of violence and sexism and all the stuff that I didn't agree with. And then when you start listening to the apologists on YouTube, or even in Muslim countries, you see them on TV, like almost like on every channel. So when I used to listen to them, I was shocked. I was shocked by everything they were saying. So at the end, I was just like, okay, so I don't believe in the Quran, I don't believe in Hadith, I don't believe that the Prophet is one of the best men on earth or an example for humanity. So I was like, what's the point then? Like at the end, I'm just not believing all of that, but still I was practicing for the sake of my family, let's say. But recently, like a year ago, I started watching documentaries about cults, and that's when it really hit me that there's too many similarities between cults that I was seeing on TV and Islam. And if you don't mind, I wrote some things down. Let
For
me
sure.
try to.
That is, by the way, while you're finding those things, I want to tell the audience I'm working on a video, upcoming video, hopefully, where I talk about, is Islam a cult? I try to answer that question. And I'm sure the caller today is going to touch on a lot of things that will be in that video, but, look out for that video anyway. So, yeah, what did you want to mention about cults?
Yeah, I just have a short list. So my first point, the first similarity that I've seen is the prophets. Like almost every cult has a prophet. It's basically a man, almost always a man that hear voices, that he's the only one hearing that voice. Like nobody else is near him when he's hearing those voices. He's the only one. And then he has many wives, like all the prophets. Almost all the prophets have many wives, and young ones, not rarely old ones, always young ones. And then I know that the apologists try to justify that by saying that there are more women on earth than men. But then why do prophets choose young women? Why don't they choose widows or women that need help? Or even like, why do they have to have many wives? Why can't they contribute? Why don't they use that time and money to, I don't know, adopt orphans?
Yeah,
Or
that's,
at least like
I mean,
do something
apologists say that a lot of Muhammad's wives were either for political alliances or they were widows or something of the sort. But like you, I always wondered, why couldn't he just start maybe the first women's shelter? Instead of actually sleeping with them. Like, why? He's a man of God. He has the means to do it. Why doesn't he create a system for women who are desperate for help, instead of then trying to sleep with them when they're desperate for help?
Exactly. Like, you can have multiple wives if you want to help them, quote unquote, but you don't have to sleep with them. Like, I know it's weird, but you don't have to sleep with them. You don't have to involve sex in all that arrangement anyway. But what was I saying? Sorry.
You're talking
So
about, yeah.
the cults, so it's the prophet is looking for power and control. That's the main similarity between the cults. They're not looking to spread kindness or anything that looks good. It's just about them having control and power, and it's always like just a random guy that wants control and power, and he's just like and he tells himself that it's already happened before, so why not him? Like in history, like there's a lot of prophets. Like even in recent times, there you can always see someone pretending to be a prophet. So the second similarity,
it's funny you mentioned that, or you phrase it that way, someone pretending to be a prophet. Is there any other way? Has there ever been someone who's proven to not be pretending?
No, they're all pretending, of course.
Yeah.
And I want to let me finish that list, and I wanted to talk about something else too. So the second similarity, it's about control. So every cult wants to control the way you dress, the way you talk. For example, in Islam, you always have to say Subhanallah. You always have to say Inshallah. Like when a Muslim talks, you know he's a Muslim or she's a Muslim by the way they talk. And then they control what you can eat, what you can do, like almost everything actually. And the third point, it's that you can never criticize it. You cannot criticize the Quran. You cannot criticize the Prophet. You cannot criticize the Hadith. You cannot criticize anything without sounding like you're arrogant or that you're possessed, or there's always something wrong. It's impossible to criticize it, and I think that's also why you can't live Islam without putting yourself in danger.
I don't like the way that you phrase that, putting yourself in danger, because it implies that you're the one who's doing something to be in danger, rather
that's
than...
what I had for the list.
Yeah. So I guess what you meant to say is you can't leave Islam, or a lot of people can't leave Islam or can't criticize Islam without being in danger.
Sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, because the way you said it, you said without putting yourself in danger, it kind of puts the blame on you. Can you hear me, or it sounds like we've disconnected?
Hello.
All right, it sounds like the caller is having some issues. Let's try again. Hey, can you hear me now? Are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yeah, it sounds like we've lost the caller, unfortunately. Okay. That is too bad, because I wanted to hear them out. Hey, Cheese, are you there? One last time. No, doesn't seem to be working. Okay, well, I hope you can join again in next week's stream. I'm sorry that our conversation is being cut short, but yeah, it seems like we're having some technical difficulties. I hope you could check your earphones or whatever you're using. Maybe that's what broke. In the meantime, I will take the next caller. I hope that you're ready, son, because I'm adding you to the live stream now. Hey, son, can you hear me? You are muted. I would love to have a studio set up where someone deals with, taking in the callers behind the scenes and unmutes their mics and everything. Hey, son, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, how's it going?
Oh, we are live.
Yes, sorry, we are live. Yeah, sorry, I made that clear. How you doing?
Okay. Yes, I'm great. Thank you. It's so nice to finally talk to you, Aladdin.
Yeah, of course. I'm glad you're able to join. So yeah, tell us a little bit about yourself and why you're calling today.
Well, like we talked before, but like a long time ago, I believe like 2 years ago, I joined like in one of these call sessions, and at that time I was a newly ex-Muslim, and I said that the reason that I mainly left was some of the new information that I learned, for example, like the age of Aisha and like all the pedophilia and the slavery and all that stuff. Even though like those some of those information, they were still there, like like the stuff about slaves, but when you are in that limbo, there are people there around you that telling you that it's all good, it's all fine. You don't really allow yourself to think clearly. But like as I grew up, I like started doing my own research, but not specifically for debunking Islam or anything, but just for understanding, for my own sake. And I just found things, every single time I would be like slightly confused or disappointed. And then after I left Islam completely, and now when I am again, like I was like watching Sharif Gaber's videos, very interesting videos. Like he does a lot of research, and his videos are really, really informative. And I learned a lot. And as I said, every time I start searching about Islam and reading more about it, I find new, more disgusting details. It's almost like hilarious. Every single time there is something new that will either shock you, but mostly disgust you. And
So I have a question that might sound rude,
yeah,
but
sure.
I'm actually just very curious. I'll be blunt. Why
No,
do you
no.
keep digging?
No, I don't. Okay, let me explain. It's not like I do this constantly, like 24 hours. As I said,
Mhm.
there's been like a time of 2 years where there are some times when I don't care. I don't really care. I'm like, I don't believe it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to follow any rules. I just want to live my life easy. But then I also time to time, like for example, I follow your channel. Time to time, I just like to tune in back and just get more information into, perhaps it's just to again, this is a subject that has always been something that interested me, both as a Muslim and as an ex-Muslim, because um like history interests me a lot. History fascinates me a lot. And I was always very much interested into learning the Islamic history, but I was often I would often being given I often like found books which were very biased, and I did not like that thing. I was like, why it's so biased? It's like only saying good things, but it's not being truthful. How do I explain this? Like, for example, I grew up in a non-Muslim country, and while reading history, while studying history, we would study everything about Christianism without any sort of sugarcoating or manipulating. Like, they wouldn't cut out any parts. Everything is there. And I think that's like, this is how it should be. But it's not like this for Islam. Like when I was like when I found out about Aisha's age, I went on internet and searched different research paper, and I often found some papers which were completely like justifying it, saying that usual stuff. Back then it was normal, blah blah blah. Some will say no, it's not accurate. Some say it's this age, some say it's this age, etc., etc. But whatever. Like at the end, it's the same thing. And so that's something that specifically studying like Islamic history, something that bothered me is that it is hardly ever biased. Am I saying this correctly?
Hardly ever unbiased. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So yes, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's always some sort of agenda there. The person who's writing it, they just want to like convey the best version, the watered down best version, the sugar coated version, but not how things are. Because I don't know, maybe they know deep down that if people are gonna read it, they'll be you know disturbed by by some information, and that's why they cut it out. That's like I don't know.
So
So yeah.
yeah, so
So
you
yeah, that's
still look into Islam sometimes out of interest because you
yes.
like to learn about
Sometimes out of
history.
interest.
Hmm.
Yes. From time to time, I just get back into it. As I said, like from your videos, I found out about Sharif Kaber, and I looked on in his YouTube video, and I started watching. Like, I watched like a couple of his videos, and like I found them really interesting. And there's again, like he like really gets into the nit bits of everything. Like, the last video that I was watching was about the history of Quran, like how it came into existence. And while I was watching it, every time I would like stop and get back and like read about it, read the sources, and like at the end, it all makes sense. Like, if you really think about it, a book that was written 1400 years ago, it has been unchanged. Nothing has changed from that time until now. Like, how much do you want to lie to yourself? A critical person would say it is nearly impossible. Surely something has been changed. And in fact, this is how it is. Um, but like
I
the
think that
Muslim
that
scholars
people
always
focus too much on whether something has changed or not. That it's playing a game that Islam has forced us to play, but it doesn't
Mhm.
really matter whether or not a book was preserved in the bigger picture. I mean, it might still be interesting to find out that it wasn't, but it's important to remind ourselves that even if it was, it doesn't mean anything. Like about
Yes, at this point,
the divinity
yeah,
of
now that I think
Islam.
of it, hmm, yes, now that I think of it, you're right. It doesn't matter at the end. Like, it doesn't matter if it was changed or not. But the version that we have right now is um like I'm quite sure that even the original verses weren't like that great, considering where they were coming from, not from God, but from Prophet like Muhammad himself. And like a lot of it was copied, and later on things that were manipulated, etc., etc. Mm,
By the way, I want to
but
make a
still,
recommendation for a YouTube channel that you
yeah,
might want to
sure.
watch if you're looking for some more academic material on the history of Islam and Christianity. There's a channel
Yeah.
called Exploring the Quran and the Bible. Look it up. I think it's interesting. I haven't watched every single video. I can't vouch for, how accurate it is. I just watched a couple of videos and it seems interesting. So do your research, but that might be an interesting place to start. It's called Exploring the Quran and the Bible.
Okay, I have noted that down. I'll surely look into it.
Mhm.
Right now, I did like dig up a couple of books, which I'll surely read. And yeah, I look into this channel as well, because at the end, these like reading these things from more like academic papers and like non-religious sources, it's it definitely gives you more clarity. And I think now, like I always had my issues with Islam. Back then, I remember as a very young person, I had a lot of issues with the foremarriage thing in Islam. It just bothered me so much. As like I used to think it's so unfair. Like, uh, if if a man does not like that, that his wife would be with another man. It's the same for a woman. I don't want my man to be with another woman. I don't care if some god allows you to do that. It's just wrong. And so I guess that I was never fully convinced by it. But again, when you grow up, when you are surrounded in that environment with people who um, somehow they reward you for praying or for reading Quran, even if you don't understand a word of it, you just have to recite it. Yeah, again, that thing of reciting it, read it like in that sing-song way. Do you are you aware of this thing?
Yeah, I used
Because
to read Quran that way. But yeah, I know that there's a lot of emphasis put on how you read
I
it, and you get.
find it so unnecessary. I always found it so unnecessary because I thought that what's important is that you understand what is written and not how you read it. Anyway, so
Yeah, I
yeah, but
think
I
that
never really wanted.
there's more to
Hmm,
it than that, because when people sing it in a certain way, it's almost hypnotic and it sounds more
hmm.
appealing than just reading it.
It does.
So there's that appeal to it too, that maybe the it's designed to be sang that way so that more people are enchanted by it.
Yes, yes, you are right. But again, I found these things like from my personal perspective, I found them quite unnecessary. And then obviously, even let's just suppose, as a Muslim woman, I have mastered the art of reading Quran in a very beautiful way. I would still not really get a huge platform to, how do you say, uh, sorry, I'm out of words, to
Are you saying that
show other
as
people my talent.
someone Are you saying that as someone who reads Quran in a beautiful way, if you're a woman, you're not allowed to do it publicly and gain some sort of notoriety from it like
Yeah,
men do?
yeah, yeah. That's what I meant.
Hmm.
So these were things that there was always in the back of my mind, and because even though Islam says that women have been given rights, uh, women are just treated like queens in this religion, I was like, but I don't really see this thing translated into the reality. The reality
Hmm.
is a little bit different. I
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
see in hmm, yeah.
often when they say that women are treated like queens, there's always that example given of how there's a hadith about how heaven is under the feet of mothers, which
Hmm.
it's promising a reward in the future, in the far future, after you die, which is not tangible. So women aren't treated like
Yeah,
queens now;
it's
they'll be
not
treated like
tangible.
queens in the future. And also, it's specifically linked to motherhood not being a woman. So there's strings
Yeah,
attached to it.
let's not get into the heaven thing because that, yeah, again, the things that made me uh, angry somehow. It was like the Houris thing. God,
Mm.
it pissed me so much every single time I would hear about it. I remember this one time we were in this sort of webinar I don't know what you call that, but like a gathering with sheikhs speaking about the Quran, and and he would talk about the Houris, and he was trying to explain that thing in the most non-sexual way possible, but it's almost impossible because the concept itself, it's very sexual. A man is going to get just remind me how many Houris, like 75 or 76, I don't know how many they were.
I think that's a weak narration, by the way. Some people say 72, but regardless, you're going to get a lot of heavenly
Oh,
sex maidens.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's a classic. That's a classic with the Quran, that numbers are never accurate. Some will
Mhm.
say this
I
number,
mean,
some will
that's
say
that's
that
from the
number, some will
hadith,
say
but
another.
yeah, whatever the number is, that the men are promised that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're promised these almost non-human creatures, virgin with skin like this. But at the end, if you're gonna think, but for what? What is gonna do with all of them?
Yeah, I mean, obviously for intercourse.
But it's I don't know. Um I don't know, Aladdin. I just found this thing so disgusting. Like how I don't know how these things are so widely acceptable by people. Don't they think about